What? You found this, too. You
No,
gave
this
this
is
to
Chris
Frank.
Solis.
Chris Solis on this?
Solis sent it
but
to
you
me,
gave
and
it
I
to Frank.
immediately just went forward, Frank. Frank, some things you just say, oh, Frank.
What
needs
is this? Is this like
It's like an Indian wedding, and they did a Sweet Child of Mine, a version of it. I'm like, Frank, I know you can do something with this, and that's what he put together. He really mixed the original with it, which is really good.
With Dell's newfound toy. Fat.
Do you think he was talking to you two? A message to you two? Because he played it like twice.
Some people are complaining they can't hear the sound on.
Well, we
one
don't.
of the
We
streaming
can't play
platforms.
music on YouTube.
Oh, on that one?
Yeah.
No, not YouTube.
Or Twitch. We can't. We don't play.
music.
We don't play copyrighted music on those.
I
channels.
don't think that's copyrighted.
Well.
Yeah, that's not.
Well, Sweet Child of Mine, the first part is.
No one's gonna know, Dell.
Those are the
Stop being a
rules.
stickler. It's not a rules.
So
wait a minute. How do you separate it? You when on Twitch you can't hear it?
It's not even an issue separate. I just have to hit a couple buttons and it goes out over the air radio wise, but doesn't go out on our.
Dell's intentionally just irritating.
But it's okay to go out over the air.
Now wait.
Because YouTube
can you do it on YouTube?
No.
Do it on YouTube. That's the key.
I can't pick and choose the same stream.
Then let everybody hear it.
The channel.
Yeah.
The online it goes through YouTube and Twitch, and they don't want to demonetize the channel, so we don't play copyrighted music on YouTube.
I don't know if you heard. We're not the corporate pilot dunk.
I don't know if you've heard,
Okay.
but apparently making money is the deal here, so we don't do it. Talk to the people we need to talk to. It ain't on me.
Do you think we care about getting fined? No.
Well, it's not fined. It's losing money. It's not about being fined. You don't get the money. They don't take it away from you. That's the difference.
Oh, whatever. So it was an Indian wedding, and you got the video of it too?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's sweet.
Like 7 or 8 guys sitting on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
The dude can really bring it.
Oh, no. He goes off.
Oh, yeah.
He really goes off after that.
Oh, yeah. After that, it's even better.
We got to start a show. We got Super Bowl coming up.
Right.
So it is.
Yeah, we're not going to waste any time today.
So it is Super Bowl Saturday is what it should be. I mean, it really should be. There's no reason to have it on Sunday other than that's just the history of it, which, that's enough to keep it there, I suppose. But really, the greatest move would be to have it Super Bowl Saturday.
Yes.
That would be the greatest move.
Well, talk to your boss.
Well, it does start at 5. Well, okay, so the counter is, guys, you're not up until 11 o'clock and midnight watching a game. It starts at 5:30 or whatever. It's like it's over by 9 o'clock. And that's 10 Eastern. It's not bad.
Yeah, but it's still, you're at a party. You have to, whatever. I mean, everybody, it's a giant celebration. It should be on a Saturday.
Take some personal responsibility for yourself. You don't got to get pissy just because a football game is on.
Oh, yes, you do.
No, you don't.
What are you talking about?
You heard
You're
what I
the
said.
only person I know that won't have a cocktail on Sunday.
You can drink.
The only you and Raheel.
Well, you don't know a lot of people who aren't drinkers.
Yeah, he just doesn't hang out with people.
I know.
Johnny Harris does it.
By accident, I know him.
You know a bunch of people who probably go that do too much.
Yeah, I didn't say don't drink. I just said don't get pissy.
Do you think it's fair to say your people do too much?
No, I don't think it's fair. I think my people do exactly the right amount.
No, I think you're in a bubble that
Ask Coors Light if we do the right amount.
I think you're in a bubble that is maybe not the same bubble as most. I think you assume everyone to be in your bubble, and that's just not accurate.
Okay, the majority of people are in my bubble. We'll be drinking. We'll be having a good time.
That's not
sitting in their room
your majority
in
of
the
people
dark
will
watching
not
the Super Bowl.
Will not be in your bubble. Your bubble, yes. If you say having a drink, a lot of people don't drink at Super Bowl. They'll eat. They'll party.
What?
John, I don't know how to tell you this, but
who are these people that won't drink during the Super Bowl?
How hard you go is not how most people go.
No, who are these people that you know that will not have a beer or some kind of cocktail during the Super Bowl?
That's not what I
we're
said.
saying.
I said pissy drunk. Not everyone's going to want to do that on Sunday. Not everyone does that.
Why would you stop?
You know
why
what?
would you limit yourself?
Okay, I'll tell you why. Did you not watch the honors? Have you not heard what CJ and these guys are saying about God? God doesn't want you to get smashed all the time.
Well,
and the NFL is run basically by Roger Goodell and now God.
Sorry, God turned water into wine.
I know.
You're
not drinking wine.
Okay.
He didn't turn it into Coors Light.
Yeah, no, he didn't turn it into Coors Light. Okay, but it was alcohol. And here's the deal. Here is the deal.
He didn't say get pissy drunk.
The more pissy drunk you get, the more you do honor God. You're like,
God,
it's not.
I love you.
There's no correlation.
Here's what it does. It brings you closer to God. later that night or the next day.
God.
I swear, God, if you help me, I promise I'll never do that again.
Yes.
I'll go to church every Sunday.
Uh-huh.
That's how you get closer. I've been closer.
You have been closer to God.
When I woke up in a shower with jeans on.
Well,
and I said, what the hell is happening here? I was all wet with jeans on.
Closer to God when you poop in a popcorn bucket, I can tell you that.
I'm never going to leave that alone.
That's not godliness.
I got further away from him.
Okay. No, that's further and further away.
Sorry, guys. So we won 2 of them. We didn't get 3.
You're right, though. Should be Super Bowl Saturday. It should be. So you got all day Sunday to recover, right?
Yeah, most people aren't recovering.
Yeah. No, most people are recovering.
How do they not have the hangover powder with you still? How did those people?
I know those people have just lost an opportunity.
They're not smart. They should be with you. Got to get the synapses reconnected.
So I wasn't surprised that Kevin Stefanski, because the regular season with the 4 different quarterbacks that he played, he won with Joe Flacco. He beat D'Amico heads up during the regular season. It's a regular season award, not the postseason award. You vote before the regulars before the postseason starts.
He did a great job. I thought they were going to go
Stefanski was great. I thought he was going to win. Andre Johnson.
Wait. He won by 1 vote.
But still
21-20, and people got confused the other day with our conversation, and they thought maybe it was my vote that cost him. I didn't have a real vote. This is NFL.com honors, like our predictions or who we thought should win or whatever. People are like, oh, my God, he lost by a vote?
And it was Lance.
And I'm like, I don't have a real vote. Oh. I had to stop that because all of a sudden there's 3, then 4 people like, no. I don't have a real vote.
Well, you could have said, no, I voted for D'Amico. That's fine.
Well, that would have been I'm actually in NFL.com. My stuff is all. Yeah. My stuff is all.
So you thought Stefanski would win, too?
I just had the winners.
Right.
I had Garrett. I had Will Anderson.
Garrett?
Yep.
Man, and TJ's numbers are so much better.
TJ's are great. He got hurt. I just had Myles Garrett. I just did nothing but pick winners. That's all. There's no big deal. I just gave a bunch of winners out.
Okay, but I thought TJ got screwed, if you want to know the truth. But that's neither here nor there.
We'll get to the question
CJ
later.
dominated. Will Anderson, deservedly so. Congratulations.
Will overtook him the last 3 weeks of the season.
So, but Andre Johnson to me was a huge surprise.
I don't know. It just wasn't. I could tell it was to you. It just wasn't to me. Now, what happened where everyone? I don't know. Maybe he must have been saying something on 610 because people were congratulating John McClain and like, this is a great way for you to ride into the sunset, General. And he's like, I guess he must have had a huge push behind the scenes this year.
Well, yeah, because this is different than it's a presenter. He's got a presenter. And I guess John McClain was his presenter.
Probably so.
And
well, he was there during Andre's time. Why would he not be?
Well, right. But again, he's still there. I mean, he was still working, so he was probably still there. Nobody can present like John McClain can present.
Well, John also has a lot of guys in the old guard NFL media friends of his. So it was. I mean, no joke. This is John is very instrumental.
No. This is kind of like the Pope, where the black smoke and then the white smoke comes out. John McClain behind the scenes was probably, hey, you guys, I'm gonna need you to do this for me. Well, I need you to vote for Andre.
Maybe he's a majority whip.
This will be my last time.
He feels less like a pope. More like majority whip.
No, behind the scenes, the bishops all get together and do that.
But behind the scenes, you got to try to rally the votes to pass a bill.
Exactly.
You got to rally the votes to pass a bill. And John's like a majority whip who's like, okay, I got to reach across the aisle to the NFC. I got to get enough votes for this guy.
I don't know that it's okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's Republican, Democrat, AFC, NFC.
No, but it's not. Sure. I don't think it's Pope where a bunch of guys you're taking like, don't vote for him, vote for my. You're basically saying, hey, I need you to vote for him, and here's why. You're trying to get them,
the Pope.
You're trying to get them on board for the Andre Johnson bill.
Yeah,
you have an Andre Johnson bill you're bringing to the House or to the floor, and you're trying to rally the votes for it, like like they do in real life. I hate to say, like Kevin Spacey
that's how
did.
the Pope works too. But it's the same thing, rallying the votes for one bishop to be the next Pope.
No, the Pope is gone.
No, you're voting. Never mind.
But the Pope's not rallying anybody. Sometimes the Pope's dead.
No, you're rallying votes for the Pope, for the next Pope. Anyway, regardless, Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne are both sitting there, and it's a little bit surprising that Torrey Holt's not there. It's a little bit surprising.
A lot of people thought Torrey was going to get in because I think that is John McClain.
Yes.
I think that is. Torrey had time with the greatest show on turf, which is great. That's what he's known for. Andre Johnson did it without Andre Johnson, not to diminish Torrey Holt, who also had Isaac Bruce. Andre never had an Isaac Bruce. Andre never had in his prime, he never had his prime lasted for a little bit, but he never had a Marshall Faulk. He did have he had a Dominic Davis for a little bit, and then he had a very good Arian Foster, but that was, towards the middle to the end of his run with the Texans. Andre Johnson did it, really with average quarterbacks. You have a Hall of Famer. Of course, it does become, as you dig into the numbers, Kurt Warner's Hall of Fame is like, ooh, he's kind of a surprising Hall of Famer. But he was a Hall of Famer nonetheless. You had Mike Martz's greatest show on turf. What Andre Johnson did was, John, led the league in receiving twice. No, that's Torrey Holt did. Torrey Holt had 3 seasons where he had double-digit touchdowns, 3. But he was 1,600, 1,300, 1,300, 1,600, 1,300, 1,300, 1,100, 1,100, 13,382 yards for Torrey Holt. The stats are good. Let it.
Andre over 14,000. Andre, the 70 touchdowns is what's been holding him back anyway. But he did lead the league in receptions and receiving yards twice. And here's the thing, is with the Texans quarterbacks and the quarterback situation that the Texans have had throughout his entire career. He was exceptional. I was on the sidelines for a lot of his career, and he was just spectacular. It's just a little surprising to me that he got in this time. I thought it was going to take him another time or two before he got in. He felt like this was the time. Maybe John McClain had tipped him off that this was going to be. But look at this.
Well, I got a text, Dylan. I got a text that he was in at 5:00.
Oh yeah,
from somebody in the know who texted us, say, "Hey, just letting you know, little birdie tells me Andre Johnson got in," and I don't know how this guy found out, but he ended up being right. And not only that, Jerome Solomon, about 15 minutes before it was going to happen, or before the show started, said, "Hey, I had to pull over. I've been holding on to this. Andre Johnson's getting into the Hall of Fame," which is something the NFL doesn't want.
Yeah, right.
And I guess somebody at 610, they blurted it out. They leaked it, and they got, whatever it means, they got in trouble. League has come out to us and said, "Hey, don't spoil draft picks.
Yeah.
If you get it early, don't do that." And I'm all for not doing that. For what? Oh, look, this guy tells us
the
Woj,
NBA draft sucks because of it.
Because Woj he's in a fist fight with Shams or everyone else. But literally, why do you need to why are you ruining the drama of hearing it on TV?
Right.
For what?
It's an interesting class. Patrick Willis, as little time as he played, and he had to retire because of his toe. Devin Hester, the first ever non-starter in the league. A specialist that really didn't have a position. Well,
he was he was a return man.
He was a returner.
They even said that at the thing, the greatest returner or something. He was an elite punt returner.
Yeah, he's the first player ever in that was not an offensive or defensive player, but that is basically a special teams guy. Steve McMichael is a little bit surprising that he got there. Randy Gradishar was a great player. Freeney, Peppers, I think were locks, but the rest of them, Randy Gradishar too, I would think. The rest of them are really wow. This is
you really were wowed by all that.
I really am.
I didn't.
Really am.
Okay, so how many catches? He was a receiver. How many catches do you think?
Who?
Hester had. He played. Just so I can give you a total number of careers. He played until he was 34, from age 24 to 34.
How many catches? He probably had 112.
255.
255. Okay.
His high was 57 for 757 yards. Not bad. He was a legitimate slot. That's what slot receivers get. They don't get to 1,000. He had 650, 750, 475, 369.
What a weapon like that with his speed and whatnot, you would have thought that offensive coordinators would take a bigger advantage.
Straight line
of it.
guy just wasn't really a route
but even
runner.
still,
I think today he would have been a much bigger weapon.
Yeah, probably. So you look at Tank. If Tank has that kind of production right now, I'd be like, It was just an okay.
You know how many rushes?
It was an all right season.
He had 36. Well, yeah, but I looked through all these stats for a lot of players in the NFL because I got to make comps. These actually are pretty good. It's actually not bad. This is what a lot of these guys look like who end up playing. This is what's shocking to me.
Not Hall of Famers.
No. Right. He's not in the Hall of Fame for that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying he did more passing. He did more than I thought. When I look at these stats, I'm like, oh, it's more than I thought. It's more than you thought. From a rushing standpoint, this will really surprise you. His rushing attempts, 36 in his career. In today's football, he would have had at least 170.
Yeah, right.
He would have had jet sweeps. They would have brought him. They would have thrown pitches to him out of the backfield.
Absolutely.
They just didn't do that. But when we come back, we'll look a little bit more at the Hall of Fame class because I want to get into some of these guys, and I do want to talk about Andre Johnson. He's the first Texan ever into the Hall of Fame. We'll do that when we come back. It's 7:16, and I want to talk about
John Daspit.
John Daspit, good. John Daspit, I saw a commercial just yesterday. He's got the TV screens filled up with commercials. They're tasteful commercials. They're not him hitting people or setting fire to them like some of these things I see on the commercials. I'm like, hey, guys, this is how you got, this is what happens with personal injury lawyers. It's because this crazy somebody hitting you with a hammer or whatever, then you're going to, you've got a lawsuit on your hands. Personal injury lawyer like John Daspit's there this is a guy who went to Fulbright Jaworski, worked there for years, was very successful as his law undergraduate degrees at Texas, law degree from University of Houston. He does it the right way, but the right way is fighting for you. The right way is making sure that you have the same representation or better representation than the insurance companies have that are trying to squeeze you on the settlements. Their job, the insurance, lawyers, it sounds terrible, but we all know this is the truth. Their job is to squeeze you and put more money in the pockets of the insurance companies. And John Daspit's job is to make sure that all your bills are paid, that you're compensated for your pain and suffering, because this was never your fault. If you've been injured in an accident at work, offshore, wherever the case may be, John Daspit wants to take a look at your case and then fight for you to make sure that you get a fair settlement and one where you are taken care of. And that's the Daspit difference. And they have a phenomenal winning percentage in court. It's 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
You see, well, I want to talk right now about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. It's the place to play. Listen, the big game is this weekend. You got 1,000 props. We just had 5-star on yesterday, giving you all the prop bets. Travis Kelce, bet him big. Patrick Mahomes, there's rushes for more than 12.5 yards. One rush for over 12.5 yards. It's play after play after play that you're going to find at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You can't enjoy the big game without having a bunch on it, okay? Let's go. You know what's going to happen in this game. Let's go. Who's going to win the first half? It appears that it's going to be Kansas City. That's what 5-Star says. So here's the deal. You're looking for the best way to have fun watching the big game. mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You'll get a bonus for signing up. Let's go. Get there now. You got the big game this weekend. You got all the other stuff that you can bet on as well. You got live casino gambling. mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
If you were listening to that first segment and wondering why I had to educate these dudes on why we can't play music on YouTube, that's because ESPN 97.5 now has a YouTube live streaming channel. We've made listening and watching your favorite sports radio station even easier. Officially streaming on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel every day. Now you can easily listen and watch anywhere and everywhere. If you listen every day and like us, clicking on our YouTube subscriber button makes a big difference for us. It matters. Let us know you're listening. ESPN Houston on YouTube. Just search it. You'll find it on YouTube or do it through Google. You'll find us. You can click on the streaming option, the live option, and then hit subscribe. You help us out greatly, and you can watch these two clowns for 3 hours if you so choose.
All right, welcome back. I don't know what you said, Del. We were laughing in here about kids getting the eggs broken off their head.
I was talking about a very important thing we're doing.
Oh,
we're
okay.
ESPN Houston YouTube.
I forgot about that. Anyway, we were talking about, you know how they crack eggs off kids' heads? That's funny.
You mean, yeah, it's funny for
or throw cheese on kids.
It's funny for adults to do that to kids.
My granddaughter she's a remote maniac.
Understood.
Kids don't seem to like it much.
No. Oh, would you?
Yeah.
Smashing an
throw
egg
me
on
some cheese?
An egg on your head?
That's okay.
Can Raheel bring an egg and smash it on your head?
Raheel's not. I'm not a baby. Okay.
Oh, it's funny
you have
though.
To do it to little kids.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Hey, it's funny.
Raheel's younger than me. I'll bang it off his head.
Well,
is he allowed to eat eggs?
What do you mean?
Muslims
I don't
can
know.
eat eggs.
They can.
Yes.
I'm just asking.
You knew that answer.
Well, no. I'm just. What is
No.
he? He wants to come on Radio Row
Can
today.
he eat eggs? It's not a bacon and egg thing.
You don't know.
Can't have waffles.
No, but
no
it's tempting.
breakfast.
It's very tempting. If you have an egg, you're going to want bacon.
They do go well together.
They do go great together.
But you have
What's
salt,
he
you have
promoting?
cholesterol.
Houston Cats or something?
He didn't tell us. He just says he wants to be our Radio Row guest.
Houston.
Yeah,
He works
let's
for
have
Houston Cats.
No, he's Houston.
CityCast.
The Roundup.
City Cats.
City Cast.
It's called The Roundup is his show.
No, it isn't. That's another
It
show.
should be.
Wait a minute. It's City Cats?
City Cast.
You know what I'm saying.
City,
Cast as
City
in
Cast.
podcast.
Meow.
City Cast, not City Cats. So, is he going to be on with us to
He
be our
wants to,
radio
but John-
row
Yeah,
consultant?
But John said no on
Good.
Twitter.
Let's do that. Yeah, let's absolutely
He tweeted
do that.
it out, and I said no. But
All right,
we'll see.
So Andre Johnson, before we get to Andre Johnson, C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud won the first award of the year, first award of the show. I did watch the show. It was Jordan Peele. He did a good job with it. I thought he did a nice job with the award ceremony, and they did some funny stuff. But anyway, although they were a little tight, they were a little. It was not as loose. It was not as loose. It was a little bit. Tight,
Wasn't Ricky Gervais?
No, he actually cared to be there. He didn't make fun of it. Oh, Lamar Jackson. Yeah, playoffs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Here he is, Josh Allen. Yeah, most of the people here hate you. Yeah. It wasn't.
Right.
It was not that. Here is C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud walked up. He won the award and had a great. C.J. Stroud has become a really good speech maker. Here is C.J. Stroud's acceptance speech after winning Offensive Rookie of the Year.
First and foremost, I just want to give all glory and praise to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I want to thank the Texans organization, all the way to McNair's, Nick Casario, D'Amico Ryans. Y'all entrusted in me by drafting me number 2, and I appreciate that and never go misunderstood. I appreciate y'all. Secondly, I want to thank my family, my mother, my father, my brother, my sister. Y'all have been my rock since I've been a kid, and I love y'all so much. I want to thank Ohio State, Coach Day, Todd Fitch, and a ton of just Buckeyes out here that have gave me nothing but support and show a young kid some love all the way 2,000 miles away from home. And I want to thank back home, Southern California, all the way from the IE to LA. I'm a true Cali kid, and everything that y'all taught me took a village to raise me, and I appreciate that. This honor means a lot, and to whatever kid that's out here watching, you can do anything you put your mind to, man. I'm a living testimony to perseverance and just trusting your goals and your dreams, and I just thank God for this. Thank y'all.
Very good speech. Very good speech. He thanked Todd Fitch. I didn't know who Todd Fitch was, so I looked it up. Todd Fitch joined the Ohio State program in January 21. He was just there 1 year with, probably 2 years for CJ. As an offensive analyst, he's an Ohio native. Fitch and Day worked on the same staff together at Boston College. And I don't know, it's one of those things where he must have just had a good relationship with CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud, one of his best friends, I talked to a couple people about this. They brought up the name Dylan. I said, who's Dylan? He's got a guy he's real tight with named Dylan who's been great for him. Then I read an article. It's Dylan Thompson. And I was like, Dylan Thompson? I know that name. Del, do you remember the name Dylan Thompson? Do you remember it, John?
No.
He played football.
No, yeah. The Kansas State quarterback?
Nope, but you're on the right position.
South Carolina quarterback.
South Carolina quarterback.
Yeah. Right.
Dylan
we went
Thompson
through your
is the South Carolina quarterback.
Well, Jack Easterby hired him here.
Yes, and he is the same kind of.
Yeah.
He's a character coach, and there is some of the same stuff. Yeah, but apparently he is really big in terms of getting CJ's mind right, having him focus. And for CJ, his dad was a pastor. Like for CJ, the religious thing has been in his background for years and years and years, and it's something that probably has helped him through some challenging times. Because if you don't know his background, there are some. He had some difficulties with his dad going to prison, and for a variety of counts. And it's something that he leans on and he credits with Dylan with getting his mind right, and it's been huge for him. This Dylan Thompson, I was reading up on Dylan Thompson. He's probably what Jack Easterby's supposed to be, not a snake, a guy who has a very specific role and certain players, work with him, and he's a character coach. I bring that up because we're going to run Will Anderson now, and Will Anderson won Defensive Rookie of the Year, and he shouts out. Now, CJ didn't shout out Dylan, but apparently Dylan Thompson is very close to CJ. Will Anderson, now you'll hear the tone, the way that they give their speeches. You can tell here's a guy with a little more polish. Here's a guy with, this is a dog giving a speech right here. But it's heartfelt, and we feel the energy of his speech. You can see it and feel it. It's like, man, you get so excited to be a Texan fan. Here's Will Anderson during his speech of winning the award.
First, I just got to give all glory to God, man. Without him, none of this is possible, man. He deserves all the honor and praise.
Killing it today.
Second, I just got to give a shout out to my beautiful family, my mom, my dad, my 5 sisters, my grandparents, auntie, cousins. Thank y'all so much for caring for me, loving me, supporting me through the ups and downs, the good and bad, all of it. To the Texans organization, the McNairs, Nick, D'Amico. Words can't even explain y'all drafting me, coming up to get me, man. It mean the absolute world to me, man. Thank y'all so much for believing in me, trusting in me to be a part of this organization. I'm forever grateful. And to my teammates, man, thank y'all for the belief, the confidence y'all gave me, man, everything. I appreciate y'all boys in the D-line room. I can't forget about y'all boys. Rank, Jerry, JG, Malik, all y'all boys, thank y'all for pushing me, helping me become a better, defensive lineman and a better person. Coach Rod, Dylan, thank y'all for helping me bring me closer to God, helping me show that his faith and his mercy and his grace is undeniable, man. So thank you, and I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night.
So I'm not going to turn this into a religious show, but God has kind of made an offensive and defensive rookie of the year. If you are faithful and a believer, Dell, one of the things I just realized is you're going to win rookie of the year offensive.
Well, what you don't understand is
Lamar Jackson, thank God, too.
God
MVP.
makes all the players. So,
MVP.
So he's responsible for all of them.
Maybe the devil makes some.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not going to get into a battle with you, but I don't know if the guys last year praised God, but he was responsible for them too, because he's responsible for all of us.
He was responsible for the MVP because he thanked God. And
he was responsible for Joe Flacco if he didn't thank God.
Wow, exactly. Comeback player of the year.
I think that's
kind of Baker Mayfield.
I'm telling. My point
John's
is,
uncomfortable.
I'm very uncomfortable.
My
with
point
this
is,
whole
I'm not
conversation.
joking. My point is, God's responsible for all the players. It doesn't matter if they praise him or not.
Yes. Well, that is
If
true.
they don't,
that is true.
Well, if they don't, did they win?
You make a good point, though. But bringing out and glorifying God, okay, is the right move. It's the right move by these players. CJ, I think, you know what? And you know what? God is making a comeback in acceptance speeches.
Actually, no joke. It's like
it's acceptable.
It's like the last 2
Maybe
years
NBC won't cut it out today.
No, Cam Jordan. Well, they can't. They can't run anything for. I'm like not even joking. Cam Jordan, like literally everyone who got up there, who was a player. I don't know if D'Amico did or not, but no, not D'Amico because he didn't win. Stefanski wasn't there. He didn't accept it. The Micah Parsons accepted on behalf of CeeDee Lamb, who won offensive. No. Christian McCaffrey did. Who did Micah Parsons accepted it on? Oh, it was some kind of next gen award, and CeeDee Lamb wasn't there, and he got up and he just took it and just walked off. And everyone's like, "I thought you're accepting on behalf of. Aren't you supposed to make a speech?" There was no speech.
That's uncomfortable.
There was nothing. Dion was out there with. It was interesting to see the presenters, the different. Because they had presenters from, there was one from a CBS show who was also on
Miles Teller
This Is
was
Our Life. Miles Teller was out there. You had Teresa, what is it? P. Henderson. I always screw her first name.
Taraji P. Henson.
Taraji P. Henson. Yeah.
For some respect, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
a
She
little
was.
bit, a
She
little
was
bit.
out there, and she actually had a tear in her eye, which I don't know what. Like if she just got into it before she, because there was something about comeback player of the year, but I don't think Joe Flacco's acceptance speech made her cry.
Well, maybe she was crying for DeMar because a lot of people are today.
Yeah, I mean, DeMar's story is a phenomenal comeback story, but my vote for comeback player of the year in the NFL honor stuff that we got to do, who do you think should win? My vote was for Baker Mayfield. I thought Baker brought his entire career back. Joe Flacco was very acceptable. DeMar Hamlin is an amazing story that he survived.
It would have been better if he actually played and did some stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he played some, but yeah, the comeback player of the year, I think they got it right.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
But don't say that out loud.
Well,
make sure nobody hears you say that.
No.
Okay. TJ.
No, I think that's a wonderful story. It deserves a. It deserves a. Well, who's the guy that always does the sad stories?
On
the sideline,
Tom Rinaldi.
Yeah, I mean Tom Rinaldi should do a story on him.
You cry.
Yeah.
No question. All right, we got a break. TJ, you'll be first up. Anybody else wants to talk about Andre Johnson or any of the stuff last night or anything else, you're more than welcome. I'm talking about Chastang Ford right now. I'm talking about 1.9% financing on 2023 F-150s. They got to get those off the lot. People, it is February. They got to get the 2023s. You know what they're going to do? They're going to make unbelievable deals for you. This is what Chastang Ford does. Chastang Ford is going to make sure that you get into that Ford car or truck at the best possible price with the best possible financing. I've talked about this before. They didn't go with Ford financing for me because it wasn't as good as they found at this bank. So we went with the bank instead. You know what Ford financing would probably say, hey, we want you to be, promoting us. Nope, I'm going to get the best deal for my people. And that happens all the time, not just because it was me. It happens every single time at Chastang Ford because they want you to get into that Ford car or truck at the best possible price. They don't want you choking on payments. They're not going to mark up. They're not going to add on. They're not going to make you get customized it the way that they want it. They want to customize the way that you want it. If you're looking for that Ford car or truck, go with the Chastangs. You'll be part of the family. They've been doing it for over 80 years in this city, and there's a reason that they're doing it this long is because they're so good, and they're going to make you part of the Chastang family. At 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown, or at chastangford.com.
So one of the things I love doing is during the big game on Sunday, you're going to have an opportunity to go to Underdog Fantasy, and of course there's daily fantasy that you can play. But the thing that's really become the big deal is their Pick'em Challenge. And the Pick'em Challenge is not picking the winners of games. It's much more than that. If you're a sports fan, you're going to love it because what they do is they put a variety of statistics out there for all these different players who are going to be in the game. They do it for, obviously, the big game. They'll also do it for basketball games that are going on. There's a couple of them. I already looked. And what you do is you mix and match high and low. You think the number that they put out there, the passing yardage for Brock Purdy, is going to go higher than that or lower than that? Evaluate the game. Analyze the game. Figure out who's going to be the player who's going to get the most looks as a wide receiver and who's going to maybe not be as big a factor. Who's going to be the guy making a bunch of tackles? Is it going to be Fred Warner since he is going to be guarding the tight end, Travis Kelce, quite a bit? Might be something you want to look at higher on the tackles there. You pick between 2 and 5, and if you win, for example, 5, you got a chance to win 100 times your money. It's incredible. Up to 100 times your money if you are picking 5 that all 5 hit. Now, you have to pick between 2 and 5. And the great thing is when you use promo code Lance, when you download the app, use promo code Lance, they're going to match your first deposit up to $100. And then they're going to have a special pick available for you that is higher than 0.5 yards. Literally, if, the quarterback throws more than 0.5 yards, you are going to be a winner. So you say, wait a minute, that's a free win. That's right. That's a free win. So take advantage of the free win that they're giving you. You've got a free winner right there with the special pick going higher than. And then, of course, you have the ability to pick between 2 and 5 with a chance to win up to 100 times your money. It's Underdog Fantasy. You can play Underdog Fantasy wherever states are that that have Underdog Fantasy where they operate. Terms and conditions apply. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
The recipe is simple. Take 1 part John because you know what you're going to get. And add like 50 parts Lance because you never know what you're going to get. Spike the spice with some Del Olaleya, and damn, it tastes like the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
7:39 ESPN 97. We're a little bit behind. Let's get TJ in here.
Let's go.
As we, nice job, Lance. You got us behind on
TJ.
breaks already. It's only 7:39.
I got a feeling it's Father TJ.
Is it Father TJ?
I got a feeling. I don't know.
Let's see. TJ.
Yes, sir. I first would like to also give glory and praise to God as well. Good to talk to you guys today.
Thank you. Well, you should be giving, right? First thing you should do.
Yep.
How do you? Okay, this is Father TJ, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
originally called in because I was going to give John a hard time in the first segment for encouraging people to sin and get inebriated at the Super Bowl, and then comparing Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame to the conclave and the selection of the Pope.
But what?
But guys,
But what?
No, but I'm so excited. I mean, I'm just so excited today about the future of the Houston Texans.
I am too.
We got our first Hall of Famer. We got Rookie of the Year. We got on offense and defense. And it's an opportunity for us to talk about God's blessings in our lives.
How about that?
I mean, I know you guys said you didn't want this to be, you didn't want it to be a religious show, but that's what we do. Those of us who are believers say first and foremost, God, thank you gave me so I can share these gifts with others. I mean, that's what I do in my ministry, and that's what C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson said in their speeches. Like, the gifts I have, I share them with others, and because we share them with others, then we get more talents. And we're not a slave to sin, but we're a slave to righteousness and to do what's right. So I'm pumped up. Future of the Texans is great. It's awesome. It's amazing. You guys do excellent work.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No. Listen, I think it's great that my son got his spirituality is awesome, and I sent him Brock Purdy this week. Brock Purdy was asked, what's his favorite scripture passage, and he was Psalm 23, and he started reciting it, and I sent it to my son, and he was like, it's pretty cool, Father TJ, that honestly that God is making a big comeback here with athletes, that they're actually glorifying Him first in all their in every situation. It seems like CJ, first thing he does is glorify God, and that's really cool. And it's really great that somebody who's as prominent as he is making sure that everybody knows about his faith, and that God is coming first.
Well, thanks for the call, Father Teacher. It's good hearing from you again. I'm conscious of people who are non-believers or any other faith. I just believe in religious freedom, either a choice to be a non-believer, a choice to be a believer. I think it's cool that what I think is cool is that they don't feel like they have to be shamed into not saying it. If you don't want to thank God because you're not a believer, don't.
Yeah.
No one's going to think. No one is going to think. I'm not going to think bad of you at all. But I do like the fact that he has the confidence to be himself. Like, that's part of who C.J. Stroud is. And C.J. Stroud, I heard him say something the other day, and it really made sense as to why he is who he is on the. When you hear him talk, he just says, "I'm just going to be me." He doesn't try to front. Like, when you hear him, when he does post-game interviews, you can tell it's like it's real.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Yeah. There are no, where he cleans it up for, he's let me speak this way, or let me do this, or let me have the cliches. CJ is literally his authentic self all the time, and he said that's something that he learned, and so the God thing is part of his authentic self as well, and so he's going to, and I get it. Some of it is Tim Tebow. You look at him differently, and Tim Tebow is beating you over the head and corny and all that stuff. Okay, whatever. But C.J. Stroud is doing it every chance he gets because that's what he believes in. That's how he was raised, and he does it. And he's not going to take as much grief because people like him, and he is, But he also plays to a really high level. But I don't, if you're not a believer, if you are, whatever the case may be, it's no skin off my neck. But at the same time, I do like that. In a time where people are kind of silenced a little bit for whatever their thoughts are here and there, it's nice that CJ can just be himself. Will Anderson, these athletes basically are going to just be themselves, and if that it includes that, it is interesting to see it. We had this discussion before. It's interesting to see it come back.
Yep. No. It's more accepted now than I think. I think a lot of people were uncomfortable. Listen, Jack Easterby made this conversation uncomfortable. Tim,
because he was a snake.
Yeah, right. And it quite frankly, it was fraudulent. Right, exactly. But CJ's authentic.
He's everything about his conversations are authentic. When he talks to people,
right,
you never get the fact that he's not being who he is, like he's hiding a separate self. That's one of the reasons people like Lamar Jackson is he's not trying to Lamar is just going to be who he is. It's way different than a lot of quarterbacks, but Lamar's very authentic. That's a position that has had a lot of inauthenticity because it needs to be the leader of, you have to talk like a quarterback, right?
Right.
That was forever. It's not that way anymore. You just have to be yourself and be a leader, and that's, we've got one. We got a guy like that, man. I couldn't agree more with Father TJ, and he's a father because he's actually a priest in Kingwood, but he I am so excited about the Houston Texans.
Yeah, it's really great. We got to break it. We're going to catch up on breaks here. We are also giving away, let's do this in the next segment. We'll give away a VIP table, and we'll do one later in the show as well for the big game coming up on Sunday. We're going to be at Warehouse Live Midtown. We want you to have a VIP table. Don't call in if you're not going to get it, but we'll tell you how you can win that coming up next. Right now I'm talking about Houston Safe and Lock. You are going to talk to Derek when you go there. Houston Safe and Lock is the biggest, the best. It's not even close. And you're going to get the best price on your safes because they have bulk. They have a warehouse full of safes. And when you got a warehouse full of safes, it means you bought those safes from the manufacturer at a better price. A lot of these other safe companies they won't have a display room. They have 2 locations of safe display, one at Wharton I-10, that's King Safe and Lock, and Houston Safe and Lock is at Westheimer and the Beltway. And you see all of the different safes, and then they have a warehouse full of safes, and you're going to get them at a better price. They do everything that has to do. You need to move a safe. Movers aren't going to move a safe. It's Houston Safe and Lock will move the safe. You need to change the combination. You repair it. You need to open a safe, anchor and bolt the safe, move the safe, whatever it is that you need done with safes, there's one place to go, and that's Houston Safe and Lock. They're the best, they're the biggest, and they're the best. Give a call, 713-522-5555. Talk to Derek, or go to 975safe.com.
Your morning continues on its steep trail towards greatness. And these are your Sherpas, keeping you on the straight and narrow. John and Lance, live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's go. Big night for the Houston Texans last night, winning offensive and defensive rookies of the year. So that was just awesome. Andre Johnson, Hall of Famer, totally sweet. This was a great night for the Houston Texans organization. D'Amico should have won Coach of the Year. Unfortunately, Kevin Stefanski beat him in the regular season, and Kevin Stefanski had a big year as well with different quarterbacks playing. He won with Joe Flacco.
But when it's all said and done, D'Amico's the Coach of the Year.
Yes,
because D'Amico's
it
obliterated.
It won't
Kevin
look like
Stefanski.
that, in the annals, in the history books,
but in our hearts,
right?
Like we won the 19,
which is more important.
In my heart, I won the 19 World Series.
Yeah,
I brought in Garrett Cole. No, I did. I brought in Garrett Cole in my mind.
AJ.
So I won it.
AJ.
Garrett, by the way, Garrett shut down. Garrett went 2 more innings and shut down.
He did.
Watched in my
in your mind.
In my reality.
In your reality, yeah. Let's get Julian in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92. Hey, Julian, what's up?
Good morning, fellas. So, first of all, bang, bang, Niner gang, then Brock, we trust. I think it's going to be about a 24-20 game, but my daughter, she wants to tell you her prediction or who's going to win and why or whatever. Here you go, Carter.
So I think 49ers going to win, but I go for Kansas City because Taylor Swift.
Oh, my gosh. Did you hear that? She thinks the 49ers are going to win, but she's for Kansas City because of Taylor Swift. How old are you?
I am 6 years old.
You're 6 years old?
6 years old?
Yes.
And you love Taylor Swift?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
Do you like Travis Kelce?
Mm-hmm.
You do? You like him too?
He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's a great guy.
He's a nice guy, and he and Taylor are good together, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Do you think he invented that haircut?
Don't ask her about the taper fade.
Nope.
No, she says no.
She said no.
He did not.
He denied it. She
and
knows.
he said, "I."
She's
didn't do
watching
that.
every press conference. She knows.
He knew how much trouble he could get in with that question.
Yeah.
But
Shut
aren't
it down
you
immediately?
Aren't you worried that your dad? He's a big 49er fan, but is he going to still love you after the game if Kansas City wins?
Yes.
Tell him who you're a fan of. Who do you like?
I like 49ers a little bit and Kansas City, but I don't know which one I like better because it's kind of complicated.
It is complicated.
It is complicated.
When your dad is screaming into the phone when you're in the car, bang, bang, Niner gang, has he ever explained to you what that means?
No, he doesn't.
Say that again, man.
No.
Never mind.
So,
No.
so does she know that you're a huge Niners fan? Like she knows. I don't think you really hide it at the house.
No.
Oh, he's gone now.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't hide it at the house.
He doesn't exactly hide that
I
fact.
just hope that he still loves you,
You
if the Kansas City Chiefs win.
You got your crazy father yelling at bang, bang, Niner, and Brock we trust.
Right.
Or rock. Does he say rock out with your Brock out too? Has he ever said that on this show?
Yes,
Don't
he
even-
has,
Don't
actually.
say stuff like that.
I'm
No,
not
he
the one saying
100%
he
has
said
said
it.
that,
I'm
yes.
not. I didn't make that up. So I'm hoping he refrains from some of that when his young daughter, a Taylor Swift fan, is in the car, because those are not the lyrics she would hear in a Taylor Swift song.
No, that is not what you would hear in a Taylor
Just
Swift
some
song
shake it
ever.
off, some shake it off, and I'm 22, but not the and Brock out with your Brock out. What a terrible thing.
All right, let's get Mark in here. Hey, Mark.
Hey, good morning, guys. I know you're talking about the NFL awards, but I just got a quick question for Lance. The Steelers recently hired Arthur Smith, and I'm just curious if he thinks that's a good hire. His accolades and resume aren't too impressive. That year with Tennessee was okay. His Atlanta run was not all that, and I'm wondering if they think he's going to be the savior for Kenny Pickett, or if this is just kind of a hire based off of just longevity within the NFL. And I'll hang up and listen.
I was a little surprised to see Arthur Smith get that job, to be honest with you. I thought he actually was really good in Tennessee. People kind of diminish that. But when you really look at what he was able to do with Ryan Tannehill, Tannehill has never approached those kind of numbers. Tannehill had I think it was 34 touchdown passes, and that's with Derrick Henry having a monster season. I thought he did a pretty good job with Tennessee as an offense coordinator in a very, very short period of time. But when you go through his history, he was offensive coordinator really for just – now, granted, I think he called plays in Atlanta, but he was just an offense coordinator with the Titans for 1 year or maybe 2 years. Maybe it was 19 and 20. So it's a little bit limited as a play caller. So, yeah, I was a little bit surprised. Retread coach. He's only 41, so he's still pretty young. But I was a little surprised, but he also kind of fits the Mike Tomlin mold where now Tomlin a lot of times used to hire people he knows. That's how my dad got hired originally because they had coached on the same staff at Cincinnati Bearcats. But I don't see any background where he knows Mike Tomlin. I don't know where they would have coached together. So he must have just had a good interview there. I can't tell you I don't know that I think Kenny Pickett is a coordinator away. To assume that every quarterback who struggles is just one coordinator away, sometimes it's true, and sometimes the like coming out of college, the thing that scared me about Kenny Pickett is I saw some poise issues that creep back up. He didn't really have it I didn't think he had it his senior year at Pitt, and then all of a sudden you turn on the tape and you can see some of them. And now in the NFL, I'm starting to see it again. If you don't have poise, you can't be a good NFL quarterback. It's literally impossible. Poise is a non-starter if you don't have poise. Because once they see that, they heat you up. And then unless your offensive line is just phenomenal, and then you turn into a check down guy. You can't push the ball down the field. So I think it's okay. I think the Arthur Smith hire is okay. You had Ryan Tannehill, who was a game manager who turned into a fairly prolific quarterback. They're obviously trying to replicate that with Kenny Pickett. We'll see if it works. They were also a little picked over by the time you got Arthur Smith. Like the coordinator positions have been a little picked over. So, because one of the things that's happening now is it used to be retread head coaches, but now everyone wants the hot coordinator. So if you have to fire a coordinator, the best coordinators are taking head coaching jobs in most cases. And the other ones aren't going to come to your team because they're at another team where they're doing well. So it's getting harder to find. That's why you saw a head coach in college from Boston College came to the NFL to be an offense coordinator because there's not and I think you'll start seeing more of that.
Coordinator.
Oh, no, a defense coordinator. That's right. But there was an offense Liam Cohen.
Yeah.
Came back to an NFL coordinator position.
Yes, this is going to be interesting as we head to break here. We haven't touched on it at all. But Zay Flowers is in some trouble. Yeah. He's being investigated for alleged domestic assault. The Ravens have had zero tolerance on this stuff.
Since Ray Rice.
Zero tolerance on this stuff. So it'll be interesting to see how this turns out for Zay Flowers, who was, after Puka, he was the best rookie wide receiver. Jordan Addison, and Puka. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. But man, oh man, dudes, guys, just keep hands off. Hands off, brother.
He's not been charged with any crime at this time, so
it's being investigated.
Yeah, I'm reading. I don't really see. It said the alleged incident occurred a day after the Ravens defeated the Texans in the AFC divisional round. Flowers was selected, but it doesn't give any specifics, so I don't really know what happened.
Time for me. Listen, we were just there we were there this week, as a matter of fact, Monday and Tuesday. We were at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. It's 2 hours down. We had a great ride back, Lance and I. It's 2 hours. We listened to comedians all the way back. I talked to Nicole. We also talked to Nicole. But it's such an easy way to get there, as opposed to going all the way to Las Vegas, where you got to be. But by the time you get to Lake Charles, you're still waiting in the airport, okay, and for your plane to take off. That's right, just 2 hours down the road. It's so convenient. It's a Las Vegas-style casino, the DraftKings Sportsbook. You can still get there this Sunday. See if they've got rooms, and you can stay overnight after you watch the big game, all right? And you can bet on everything at the DraftKings Sportsbook. They've got all the props and everything else. You're looking for just a great place to have fun. I love me the Lake Charles, the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. I think it's just the best. It is awesome. It's so much more convenient going into Las Vegas. 1,100 rooms, 18-hole championship course, 12 restaurants, Blue Martini, the huge pool, everything. And you got all the shows that are there as well. Go to goldennugget.com/Lake Charles. Make your reservations for a DraftKings table for the NCAA tournament. goldennugget.com/Lake Charles. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is that as bad as Lance's?
No,
That's not bad. That's
bad.
good.
I don't know.
I like it.
You do?
Yeah, it's
You're
not-
a big fan?
Yeah, I like it. I don't know.
We just don't have to have steak and potatoes and Coors Light all the time, John. We can appreciate
We throw
different cultures and different
throw
types
some
of
spice
food
on
and whatnot.
something.
Spices, yeah.
Can you appreciate this? This OnlyFans model is fighting for bigger seats on airplanes.
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
She appears to barely fit in. This is I think she's an only. Look at that.
Oh my God! It's not because she's heavy.
She's
got a
for
pretty
something
face.
else.
I'm like, she's got a fake butt.
Oh,
yeah.
No, like they have put pillows in there.
It's no.
Another surgery gone wrong.
Can't fit in a plane seat.
So she has surgically altered herself and wants bigger seats because of what she's done to herself.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Huh. So seats are generally made to fit what they consider the average human being. She has done something to make herself beyond average, and now she wants someone to change things.
She wants
it's
it
called
extraordinary.
Disaveraged.
That's
Or
no, it's not.
unaverage.
No,
It's not called
unaverage.
disaverage.
It's called anti-average.
No,
Would
it's
be
not.
extraordinary.
Misaverage.
Anyway, yeah, I'm with her on this one though.
What? Airplane seats because of what she's done to
That
herself?
doesn't look good. That looks like a huge cartoon. That's the goofiest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's literally like some kind of like a
she goes
comedy
from
skit.
a 29 waist to a 50 booty.
No, not 29.
50.
Around the middle. Remember
yeah.
36, 24, 36 in Brick House?
Yeah.
It's probably more like a 24.
Oh, maybe, yeah. But it's 50 or 60 on the
Oh, yeah.
on the bottom.
It just looks, well, like I said, it looks like a comedy skit.
Yeah. And
But I mean, if that's what it takes to get an OnlyFans account that makes lots of money, then
she's making.
who am I to
Okay,
judge?
is your butt making you any money?
No. My wife doesn't even like it.
No.
It's not making me anything.
Okay.
I always tell her I got this. Well, you need to touch this bubble. What bubble? I don't see anything there. It's there. That's the German in me. It's just, I'm going to do more squats and get it where it
you
needs
need
to be.
touch this bubble.
Yep.
He says. Okay.
And then
I didn't say anything because that's going to be a promo.
Oh, what a jerk.
Sorry. And John's final tag, you need to touch this bubble, will be in there too.
So I didn't see.
He's the one that said it.
You added on.
You shouldn't have said
I
anything.
need both of you in the
Now you're
promo.
going to get in it too.
Oh, no,
Congratulations.
guess what our open is tomorrow?
Well, Monday.
Oh, Monday, yeah.
So,
After the Super Bowl.
Oh, Frank doesn't care.
So Andre Johnson didn't. Do we have a post? Do we have a post honors because they didn't feature the players talking.
You know, we have
Hall
a
of Famers
rundown,
talking.
and sometimes
it's called a rundown.
I throw things on there that might pertain to the show, like sound from Andre talking about being a Hall of Famer.
Well, let's hear from Andre Johnson because they did not interview during the broadcast itself. Nobody got to speak, and the list was Randy Gradishire. He was there. Enormous hands. He waved to everybody. I'm like, God, those are
I didn't know
massive
Steve.
paws.
I didn't know.
Yeah, McMichael died a while back.
McMichael,
Was it ALS?
Was
I think
that
it was
bad?
ALS.
It was bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, has he died? He died, right?
I don't know if he's dead, but it's wow. It's such a sad story.
Oh, you can't even. I mean, obviously you wouldn't recognize him, but his wife
She was
came
crying,
out.
Yeah.
His wife came out, and then you had also Devin Hester, one of the great returners, 19 touchdowns from punt and kick returns combined in his career. First specialist who really made. He had some wide receiver stuff, but he's known for his return game. You had Patrick Willis, may have only played 8 seasons, but man, was he spectacular. I mean, 7 Pro Bowls in his 8 seasons.
Gale Sayers.
Yeah. He was the best.
Terrell, the running back for the Broncos.
Terrell Davis. Yeah.
Terrell Davis.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of thing that's that kind of an
Kirby
award.
Puckett. Yep.
Yep.
And so he made it, and I'm missing one. Andre Johnson made it, and who was the very first guy they announced? I'm missing one.
Julius Peppers.
Well, Julius Peppers made it. Yeah, he was at the back end.
And Dwight Freeney.
And Dwight Freeney, he was the first one. Yeah, Freeney is one of the most terrifying rushers that I've ever experienced as a Texan fan. I mean, the helicopter spin move changed everything. He literally, I slowed down the tape on it one time so I could really study it. He jumps in the air like most people's footwork are more like a basketball reverse pivot spin move. His is he would jump and do a 360 in the air, put his arms out, and do a helicopter move where he'd catch the tackle with that chop and would knock them off balance. And I'm just thinking, well, how can you do this? How can anyone else ever do this move?
Yeah. So going to early in the Texans' career, they never beat the Colts. They never won at the Colts. And, I was as big as – and Peyton Manning played a bigger role, obviously. But Dwight Freeney defensively was the most important person on – the Texans had no answer for Dwight. Dwight Freeney was spectacular. He was so difficult for and the Texans didn't have great offensive linemen at the time anyway. But that dude coming off the edge was just a menace. He was just a menace, and it was it was impossible for the Texans offense to get anything done against them. It was Dwight Freeney is deservedly so. Nobody was as quick off the edge as that guy. Nobody. I didn't see it in 5 years on the sidelines for the Texans. No. Nobody.
And I mean, Mathis was,
and especially on that field.
Mathis was terrific, but Freeney, it was a big deal back then because Freeney was shorter for a pass rusher. I think he was at 6 foot. It was kind of a big deal. Like, this is too small to be a pass rusher, and yet he was drafted somewhere around 10, if I remember correctly, out of Syracuse. And man, did he become a force.
Yep. So here's Andre talking about when he thought he had a legitimate shot at this thing.
Felt like this year could possibly be the year. The first 2 years, I didn't have that feeling, but something told me this year could be the year, and it happened. And when I got the knock, man, it was just so many emotions, running through my mind. Even afterwards, they informed me I had to go, just sit down, and I had my hands on my head, like, what just happened, But it was a great feeling, and I'm just here embracing it all.
That is the most Andre Johnson has ever spoken in his life. We were in that locker room every day, and it was pulling teeth to get Andre. He was the most quiet, unassuming dude you ever saw.
So one of the things that's been told to me about Andre Johnson is that Andre, people who are out and about in the Houston, night scene, said the thing about Andre Johnson is he goes out, he has fun, he's low key, he doesn't draw attention to himself.
Duh.
Yeah, very low key. He doesn't draw attention, and people just think of him as like sitting at home. Andre, no, he's out and he parties, he has a good time.
Mm-hmm.
He's just low key. Like, athletes who do that, they stay off the radar. He never got in trouble. I don't remember him ever getting in trouble.
No.
Do you remember anything? The only time he, quote unquote, got in trouble or there was ever a blip is when he walked off the field in the middle of the game.
Right.
Well, not the middle of the game, towards the end of the game.
Right.
And was mad about Matt Schaub.
Yep.
And that was in the season they lost 14 straight games.
Yeah.
And he was just really frustrated. That's one of the only blips that I can recall other than, and this isn't even a blip.
Cortland Finnegan.
Yeah, but that was beloved.
That was wonderful.
People love him for that. But the other thing was when he, and this isn't really a blip, his uncle did his contract, a bad contract. And Rick Smith, to his credit, he didn't have to do this. The next year, they ended up redoing the contract for Andre Johnson because Andre was really upset. Like, can't really be upset at Rick. You got to be upset with your representation.
Mm-hmm.
But Rick Smith redid his
and
deal,
the
and
whole
he didn't
uncle
have
thing
to.
would turn into just a nightmare for Andre. That was and Andre he was disgruntled.
Oh, he's very disgruntled.
He was disgruntled
but
for a while.
disgruntled in an Andre Johnson way, not like in an Antonio Brown way.
No.
Or a Le'Veon Bell way.
Oh, goodness gracious.
It looks like we have someone who wants to honor Andre, or
Cortland?
maybe
is
not
this
honor
Cortland
him.
Finnegan on a mobile?
Is he Cortland Finnegan is here?
He's
Apparently.
All right, let's hear from Cortland Finnegan.
What the bleep are you guys talking about? Andre Johnson never got in trouble. You guys missed the game where he attacked me?
Well, you started it.
About?
You started it, though.
What? No way. Not at all.
Yes.
That guy was pushing off me all game.
No.
Well, you were grabbing and
Oh,
holding.
my
You were
God.
extra after the
You would have
after
been
the play was over.
arrested for what you did to Andre in that game.
He's a trashy-ass wide receiver.
No, he's
I
not.
am
He's
the-
a Hall of Famer is what he is. Are you in the Hall of Fame? No.
Well, he hung up.
No, he's not. He's a Hall of Famer is
Sounded
what
more
he
like
is,
Patrick
sir.
Mahomes than he did
I
Cortland
hate
Finnegan.
Cortland Finnegan so much.
Cortland Finnegan.
I
Do we
didn't
even
know
know
he
what he
listened to
sounds
the show,
like?
but
No one knows what Cortland Finnegan. No one cares what Cortland Finnegan.
thanks for listening to the show, Cortland. But honestly, no one cares what you think here in the city of Houston.
No.
We celebrate the day that Andre Johnson beat you up.
Not out of you.
It's celebrated.
I love the statue of that. You ever see the statue of it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you think of any other time that's happened on a football field? This is a sport that is full of violence.
Yeah.
Where somebody took somebody else's helmet off and was punching them.
Well, yeah.
Like, what's
it
the
happened with
closest you think?
Odell and Richard Sherman. Not Richard Sherman.
Josh Norman.
Josh Norman. Remember that?
Well, the helmet stayed on, but yeah, they did get after
They
it.
went
pretty
after
good.
it hard.
Like multiple
But what about
times.
what the
Andre, they got in a fist fight.
What they pulled the chain off? Who was?
Well, that was Michael. That was Aqib Talib snatched the chain of Michael Crabtree.
Yes.
That's a little different. That's like something that would happen with a not good person in a club. Which snatch somebody's chain. I remember Steve Francis they tried to snatch his chain off at like an All-Star weekend. He was getting dragged around the club because it wouldn't come off.
So, but Andre punching the snot out of Cortland Finnegan is one of the great fights. It's Nolan Ryan and Robin Ventura.
It is.
It is.
In basketball.
Oh my gosh! No, I don't even want to.
Well, no, I'm not talking about the Rudy one.
Rudy T.
I'm talking. That's kind of a sneak punch for no reason. I'm talking about when guys got into it.
Oh my gosh, there was so much. You can't even name all of them in basketball.
I remember when Xavier. Have you ever seen the one where Xavier, not Worthy, X-Man? I want to say Nate McMillan, but
it's McDaniel.
Yeah, Xavier McDaniel. Yeah. Did you see the one where he choked the guy? It's one of the craziest pictures.
What about when Latrell Sprewell went? Oh, that was his coach.
Well, we didn't see that.
That was his coach, yeah.
Wes Matthews. He basically is just down on the ground, and he's literally got his hands around his throat, and he's choking him.
Do you want to get choked out by Xavier McDaniel?
No.
Oh, my gosh.
X-Man, you did not want anything with
8:15 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Who's bringing the Daisy Dip? Who's bringing the French onion and the ranch to the party? Make sure that whatever party you're going to, that they're going to have Daisy Dip there. And if they're not, then you be responsible. Be a responsible human being. And make sure that at whatever party you're at, you're going to be a big hit. Oh, here's what I brought to the table. Sure, bring a lot of beer, but bring Daisy Dip, French onion, and ranch, and then bring those Ridge chips or veggie tray or whatever, but make sure that you got that dip because you can't eat veggies at a party without the Daisy Dip. Daisy Dip, ranch, Daisy Dip, French onion.
Currently, in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, one is a renowned forensic blood splatter expert. The other, an appointed master of haberdashery. It's John and Lance.
The 49th Annual Houston Fishing Show is coming to the George R. Brown Convention Center from February 14th through the Sunday the 18th. It's everything for the fishermen, all the new rods, reels, and lures. There will also be continuous clinics by expert fishermen covering salt and freshwater fishing. If you love to fish or you just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 49th Annual Fishing Show. Check out HoustonFishing.com. Caller 4 wins a pair of tickets right now. Be caller 4 right now. You want a pair of tickets to the 49th Annual Fishing Show from the 14th through the 18th at the George R. Brown Convention Center.
Fishing. Nothing better than fishing. Oh, I know it's better than fishing. How about at exactly 8:25? We're going to give away a table, a VIP table, at the big game party that we're going to have at Warehouse Live Midtown. Travis and McGowan, 8:25 exactly, caller number 4 is going to win a table, a VIP table. Don't call if you're not going to come. I'm calling you out. Anybody who doesn't show up, that gets a VIP table, doesn't show up, we're going to call you out, and people are really, Twitter's going to really get in your kitchen, okay? So if you got a VIP table for Sunday, and we're going to all watch the game, we're all going to have a big time. There's a band. Doors open at 2. Band starts at 3 till 5. And then you're going to watch the game on a huge, one of the biggest TVs you've ever seen. And it's beautiful, too. It's a great television. But then there's TVs all throughout the bar as well. Food trucks, just going to be fun. And if you don't win a VIP table, that's okay. You still can come, and there's tables all over. And a VIP table means you're just a little closer to the stage.
I may not be able to go.
Why not?
Because my wife, she's out of town. Her and my daughter went out of town to a musical theater contest in Sacramento. And she's like, oh, yeah, these and here's the boys' friends. So I invited them over. You need to cook for them.
So, what?
What do you mean? Yeah, and Mason's got to work at Baskin-Robbins. So you're going to have to pick him up. Like, what? But you also need to go to John's party. What? Hold on a second. How do I do all these things? You have people coming over to the house.
Well, let's just let the kids have,
pizza. She goes, well, you need to grill fajitas for them.
No. Like, no, you don't.
First of all, I don't have to, you're not going to be here. I'll tell you. Yeah, we did fajitas.
Yep, that's all.
It's not.
Done.
She doesn't know we went to Gold Tooth Tony's and got pizza. She goes, you need to have those everything that's in the kitchen. They need to have the leftovers. Okay, no problem. Gold Tooth Tony's. Here, Detroit-style pizza. We hadn't had this yet. Y'all want this?
It?
Yes. It was good.
It's good?
It's good.
What's Detroit? What does that mean?
It's like pan pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's pan pizza. A lot of bread. It doesn't have sauce on it.
No,
I didn't know that.
See.
It's meat, cheese. You can get sauce put on the top.
He's such a snob.
Or on the side.
It's
a different thing.
It's ridiculous.
He can't do different. He's snobbish and stubborn.
Yeah, he just won't step
combo.
outside of his little bubble.
It's just ridiculous. Either do pizza right or don't do it at all. Okay, that's my motto.
The people of Detroit beg to differ with you, apparently.
People of Detroit don't know.
Can't you try other things?
Oh, my God. The people of Detroit made the playoffs once in the last 70 years, and they're supposed to know about pizza?
What does that have to do with anything?
That's
where pizza was invented. Mike
How
Ilitch,
often does
you
Chicago
ever heard of
make
that
the
name?
playoffs now?
Domino's. That's where pizza was invented, was Domino's in
what?
Detroit. Yeah, Domino's invented pizza.
Yeah, guess what? Thank you. Case closed.
What do you mean?
Domino's.
They up there getting.
Domino's
it's
been
embarrassing.
changing the game for
The
a
whole
while now.
thing's
It's not the same Domino's
Not
you
the same
remember.
Domino's. Maybe you didn't hear it. It's not my kind of crust.
I mean, I don't
Not
eat
my
it.
kind of crust personally, but they have tried.
I go to a local place.
The pizza up by my place is just like, we just don't. I have never seen people care less than the people who work at this pizza place. If they make your order, then that's fine. If they don't, that's fine with them. If you come in like, hey, it's supposed to be delivered 2 hours ago. Okay. Give us some time. Like, oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to. Like, you have to apologize. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry about bothering you guys.
Yeah. No. It's a bother. You're being bothersome.
The pizza, and then I open it up like, they didn't put cheese on this. They're mad. I don't want to go back there. They're mad at me.
Yeah.
I want them to get even more mad at me. So, yeah, me and the boys did what we want. Houses, we destroy. It's amazing. My wife leaves one day, and it's like, what happened to the house? How's it possible that this could happen in one day?
Because it's your boys. It's because you don't care.
It's me and two boys. That's it. And it's just.
That's what happens when Wendy leaves, and then all of a sudden, right before she comes home, clean it all up.
Yeah, well, that's what I do.
Yeah.
I don't actually tell my wife. So I got to figure out a way to make fajitas, take Mason to work, get to that Super Bowl party, get back in time for Mason because he can't drive. He can get his stuff in time. So yeah, I got to.
That's on you.
Figure out a way to do that. I'll figure it out. Oh, and write up prospects that day. But I'll get it figured out. I always do.
Let's go. We're
Speaking
gonna be
of,
there.
I got to leave today. Okay. I'm not going to be here for News of the Weird. I got to take Snacks to his visit with his doctor after surgery.
Day 25 right now. Did we give it away?
No, they haven't called in yet.
713-780-3776. You got to call in right now. Who wants a VIP table at the big game, which is happening on Sunday?
They say with you?
And it is, but don't call if you're not going to come. Caller number 4, you are going to get the VIP table at Warehouse Live Midtown. Go to warehouselivemidtown.com and download your tickets. If you don't get this, if you don't win the VIP table, download your tickets and just come for free. It's absolutely free. It's absolutely free. Food trucks, bars. It's going to be a great time had by all watching the game. 713-780-3776. That is the number. Here is C.J. Stroud. This is different than we've heard C.J. before, right? This is not the C.J. that we're used to. Doing an interview, asked who are the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL.
Do you feel like right now you're a top 5 quarterback in the NFL?
Yes, sir, I do. I think I put it on film. I think my numbers speak for itself, especially missing 2 games. You know, I think if I didn't miss those 2 games, my numbers would have been just as good or one of the best in the league. So, and I think you can see the impact I had on my team, you know. So I'm not in the business of, like, arguing I'm top 5. I'm not. I really don't care. I mean, I just want to win.
Well, who do you think are the top 5 quarterbacks in football?
Now, I was quick on the spot. I would say, of course, Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
I would say Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. I would say myself. And then I would probably go
Burrow?
No, I mean, not because he didn't play last year. Okay. Of course, Burrow is like one of my favorite quarterbacks ever. Mm-hmm. But I would say either Tua or Hurts. Or Josh Allen, excuse me.
Okay.
But I think I'm like definitely top 3, top 4.
You already had Josh Allen.
Yeah, you already had Josh
Allen.
Okay,
so you're saying Tua Hurts. I don't hate his list. It's interesting. He said Joe Burrow, he didn't play this year, so he's not putting him in. But he said it's one of his favorite, which makes sense because his game, actually, when you look at it, it's kind of like a Joe Burrow game, really, the way he plays.
Yeah. Is CJ a top 5 quarterback right now in the NFL?
Man, I mean, I feel like we're not being.
It's a little disrespectful to.
No, I'm gonna say he's
okay. Now, what's your list?
I'll say Josh Allen, but see,
Josh Allen's 1. Mahomes is 1.
Mahomes is 1. I would put personally Josh Allen 2, Joe Burrow 3.
I would put Lamar 4.
Yeah, Lamar's not in the top 5 passers, but total quarterback.
Yeah.
The impact on the game. Probably put Lamar 4 right now.
This is the first time I've heard CJ do a list that.
See, I don't think I don't think 2 is better.
That Justin Fields wasn't in it. This is the first time I've seen CJ. He puts Justin Fields 1 because they played together at Ohio State.
Okay, well he can't be on the list.
No, he can't be on.
Now in ESPN's list, it's going to go Lamar 1, Fields 2, Josh Allen 3. Because ESPN is just. They keep resurrecting this Justin. Is this year that Justin becomes elite?
This could be. You don't know.
Boy, I mean, it's almost like, well, we got all these Justin Fields things that we created. Well, all these, we created graphics. We need to use them.
Well,
all right, we'll do Justin Fields.
Isn't Dan Orlovsky leading the charge?
He has to. He got in trouble for actually saying what he heard and being correct. But Tua, to me, I do not believe Tua is. I have a lot of respect for Tua. I think Tua gets disrespected unnecessarily. Tua's not a better quarterback than C.J. Stroud.
He didn't put him ahead of him.
He put him in top.
He put him behind him.
He put him in.
Yeah, he did put him behind him.
He was either 5, and he.
Oh, that's right.
With him and Hurts, so he had himself at 4.
Okay. Well, because he's better than Tua.
I would rather have CJ than. I would rather have CJ than.
You
Tua.
know what? I might put CJ 5. Because Burrow, Josh Allen, to me, well, see, and if you, but you have to say Aaron Rodgers too, don't you?
Do you?
Well,
though?
He didn't play. Well, not if you don't count Joe Burrow. But do I think that? Okay, so does Justin Herbert belong in
No.
there. Not in this show doesn't believe that.
No.
Nationally, there's a lot of people who would put him in
That's
the top
ridiculous.
5.
He falls into the list of guys you talked about yesterday where everyone will be blamed but the quarterback.
Yeah.
So the fact that, what's his name, Greg Roman is now his OC. Greg Roman already got slander from Lamar. If he, quote-unquote, hampers the development of another guy everyone loves, they're going to run Greg Roman out of football.
See, he would be in there for a lot of people.
Okay, so are you putting him ahead of Dak?
Now, Dak should probably be in there ahead of Tua also, I think. But I'm just not a huge Dak guy. I'd put CJ ahead of Dak, yeah. I think Dak right now is more capable of some of this is just me. I've never seen anyone play at this level as a rookie. It's CJ Stroud. I'm just trying to be conservative because he could have a little bit of a, of a sophomore, kind of a come back to earth moment in a sophomore season. But honestly, I don't see Dak make more winning plays than CJ Stroud. I get it that Dak had higher stats, but did Dak play better football than CJ Stroud for the balance of the year?
I mean, he was pretty good.
He was pretty good.
I know he's
he was really good
season.
at home.
Yes.
He was in the MVP ballots. I'm saying I may just be biased against Dak.
Are we biased against Jared Goff?
I don't think Jared Goff belongs in the top 5. I think you can have a conversation about top 12.
Jared Goff was a top 5 quarterback in the league this year.
I don't think he's one of the top 5 quarterbacks.
4,500 yards, 30 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
30
playoffs.
30-12 is not great by NFL standards. It's good, but
when
it's
you
not
compare it
great.
to this
Tua
year,
was 29 and 14.
You compare it to this year, a
To
lot
me,
of
he's
picks,
not-
a lot of picks were thrown by quarterbacks. Compared there, we didn't see the Aaron Rodgers stuff where it's like 25 and 2. CJ was one of those
Russell
guys.
Wilson used to be that too
Yeah,
back
but
in the day.
this
Patrick
year,
Mahomes is number
Drew
1,
Brees.
27 and 14 this
we know
year.
Josh Allen turns the ball over. It was a different year. Quarterback defenses had their way a bit in at least creating turnovers.
Yeah, you're right.
With the
They really because he used to be
29 and 18,
Drew
Josh Allen.
Brees.
Yeah.
It used to be Drew Brees, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers. You could count on those guys being in the 30s and low teen, and sub 10. You could count on those guys, and now that's just. I guess that's not the case. You're right. Who is the guy that had that season?
CJ.
Yeah.
Purdy was 31-11, so even he threw double digits. We don't
See, I don't put Purdy in that conversation.
I was just pointing out, try to find guys who didn't throw a lot of interceptions.
So
but
Purdy was in the MVP category. I don't put him in the top 5. Dak was in the MVP category. I think you could have the conversation, but Dak feels more like a 6-7 to me. I really do think C.J. Stroud is a top 5.
well, Dak was a single-digit interception guy, 4-1 TD to
Well, that's good.
36-9.
36 to 9 is probably
That's good,
that's one of the best ratios that it's on the board.
Yeah.
No, it's the best ratio, 4 to 1.
It's better than C.J.
And this is coming off.
CJ's 23 and 5.
Oh, yeah.
CJ's a little bit better.
Yeah, and Dak threw 15 picks last year, so it's just I don't know if we're going to see just this upward growth. I think quarterbacks fluctuate. It's just kind of the way it is, where you have a great year, maybe like even Justin Herbert. Look at his numbers the first 2 years, like, well, that's a great quarterback. Some people at least thought that, and then this year he was middle of the road. So the hope for CJ is he doesn't have a year like that, but it suggests that it could be something where we don't see the low interception numbers. They may get up a little bit, but he's still a really, really good player.
You know who else is really, really good? Justin over at Warehouse Live. That really, really good. He's having a party. We're having a party. We give away the VIP table. We got another one to give away a little bit later in the show. Warehouse Live is where we're watching the game. Warehouse Live is where you can get your concert on. All kinds of great shows coming your way at Warehouse Live. Go to the website, warehouselivemidtown.com. Travis and McGowan, we're going to be there watching the game. Just download some tickets. And even if you don't download some tickets to go, just go. Just be there, okay? Let's all show up. Let's all watch the game. Doors open at 2. The band, it's a 70s, 80s cover band. It'll play till 5. The game starts about 5:30. We're going to watch it there. Food trucks. Libations, all kinds of great stuff going on. Just it's a good place. Let's go watch the game. Let's go watch the big game at Warehouse Live, or just go get your concert on. If you can't get there on Sunday, that's fine. Go get your concert on sometime at Warehouse Live. It's the largest non-sports venue in the country with a retractable roof. Just a great, great facility. You're looking for a good time, head by warehouselivemidtown.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup game.
We'll take Barkley.
Ha! First pick. Sorry, kids.
Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision?
Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time.
This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member.
Back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Lance and John. Scratch that. Reverse it.
Okay, let me ask if you agree with this. You guys agree with this? When the Chiefs have the ball, watch out for the run and where the run goes. In Ted's breakdown, Ted breaks it down for The Athletic. Both the Packers and Lions exploited this while jumping out to big leads in the playoffs. San Francisco's defense is focused on getting upfield and rushing the passer, so watch out. So watch for outside runs. And they're specifically going to target Chase Young, who has struggled this postseason against the run. Pacheco over. I don't know what his carries are and his rushing yards are.
We'll check.
Whatever that is, if that is the case, yeah, listen, he's played a bigger role too for them lately. Pacheco has really.
Well, they'll keep if they get a lead, they'll keep going to him.
Yes. Well, not only that, but they use him early as well.
Maybe more carries than yards. You think?
Maybe Yeah, he's gonna see his touches.
Because they are two different.
What were his touches in the last 2 games?
Yeah, I give it to you right now.
I bet his touches were pretty damn good.
I give it to you right now. So it's interesting because there's a ton for every player. So his rushing yards is 67.5, and his carries are 16.5.
So guess who leads the postseason in rushing?
Well, I guess Pacheco.
Pacheco does.
Mm-hmm.
Pacheco does.
16.5 carries.
16.5. That's a big number.
It's a big number, but if you like Kansas City, you go over that.
He had 24 carries against.
I know.
Against the
because I've looked at his numbers. He had 18
Ravens.
and another one.
He had 15 against Buffalo, and he had 24 against Miami.
Yeah, I think 16.5 is unless they get behind and then it changes things, or unless Andy, what they may say is we're better off attacking the secondary than the run game. But so it's really going to depend on if you get ahead, they're going to use Pacheco. Now, if they're afraid of the pass rush, then they're going to keep the pass rush at bay by running the football or just quick passing game. I don't think Pat Mahomes is going to be able to just extend and extend. He's going to get walked down by the Niners have some speed up front.
I think that they're going to play listen, I think they know what their defense is this year. They're playing a much more conservative approach. When he had 24 carries in 2 of the playoff games. That's a lot of carries for Isaiah Pacheco.
It is.
I think they know what they are. It's not just let's throw the ball all over the place with Pat Mahomes. Put the ball in Pacheco's hand and let's run the football and let's make this a shorter game. Now, on the other side, get this. He surmises that the Chiefs will try to mirror what the Patriots did to Jared Goff in the Super Bowl, make the quarterback beat him. Bill Belichick employed a 6-1 defensive formation, 6 players on the line of scrimmage. He's not going to let Christian McCaffrey beat him. He's going to stop the run and make Brock Purdy beat them. And Steve Spagnuolo has used a 6-1 multiple times this year.
Who wrote this?
This is in The Athletic.
Oh, that's pretty good. Who's the writer? Is it Sando?
It is
Mike Sando or no?
At this point, we don't know. It's all about.
Is it Ted Wynn?
Is it that who it is? Ted Wynn?
He works. That's the only Ted I know who works for The Athletic.
Okay.
Oh, Ted does a good job. Ted looks into the X's and O's. That's intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
Ted's on the West
Wynn.
Coast, we'd get him on.
Ted
I
Wynn.
could get him on the air, but it's that's really interesting that they may change up.
Well, Spagnuolo has gone with a 6-1.
Yeah, but does he have the personnel to do it though? He's gone with it. Do you have it right now that you feel like matches up effectively? Because don't forget, you go 6-1, and now all of a sudden somebody's got to match up with McCaffrey out of the backfield. What happens when you're in a 6-1 and they motion? Oh yeah, because Kyle Shanahan's so stupid. He'll just be like, I don't know how to beat this 6-1. Oh my God, there's 6-1 in me.
Well,
I guess I'll motion out Christian McCaffrey.
Well, not only that, but I've got Debo and I've got Ayuk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good
and
luck.
Kittle.
Good luck with this. The 61's probably good against like Derrick Henry in his prime against Tennessee. It's probably not great against Kyle Shanahan with multiple weapons, including a guy who can motion out of the backfield.
Do you disagree that you would? Okay, who's going to beat me, Christian McCaffrey or Brock Purdy?
Look, I might step up into the A gaps. I might show some pressure. I don't think I'm changing my personnel groupings. I think McCaffrey has a better chance of beating you, but you still you can't come with a heavy defensive line. Because they'll just go empty on you and you're
apparently
screwed.
he's done. I don't know how often, but he's also done this.
Okay, he's done it, but has he done it against Christian McCaffrey, Ayuk, and Debo Samuel? Highly doubt that.
Yeah,
because they'll sit and gun. He'll just sit and gun with you, and they'll beat you. They'll run McCaffrey out, and now you got one linebacker that has to cover McCaffrey. Whoever that one is covering McCaffrey because you're in a 6-5 basically. You're 6 down linemen, 1 linebacker, and 4 DBs. Like, who's guarding McCaffrey? It'd be that one linebacker. It's not going to be a good matchup. So, no, I don't. I think Ted didn't think that one through. Like, I appreciate the hustle, but to stop the run, it ain't going to be by putting a heavy personnel package in. Because one of the things that makes Kyle Shanahan so great is that he goes to multiple personnel groupings. Even Gary Kubiak did that. Gary Kubiak used to use 13, which is 3 tight ends. James Casey was on the field along with Owen Daniels and then Joel Dreesen at one point. And then they would, and you know what I saw them do against San Francisco in a preseason game? I don't know why Gary showed this in a preseason game, but I'll never forget. It's something that stuck with me my whole life. They're in a 3 tight end formation, John, and Gary Kubiak in the second preseason game of the year against San Francisco, goes empty. And I'm like, what the hell? So they're in this heavy personnel setting, and all of a sudden you see, oh man, you've got 3 tight ends in here, and then before you know it, Owen Daniels is in one slot, James Casey runs in the slot, Dreesen's on the line. You got 2 wide receivers.
Well, a 6'1" doesn't necessarily mean you're going heavy. I mean, I'm looking at the 6'1" that he's got against the Dolphins, and it's 23s on the outside. He's got defensive backs up on the line of scrimmage.
It's a bear front probably where everyone's covered.
Yeah.
Keeps you from running outside zone if you run.
Well, no,
if you cover center guard center, my dad said the hardest thing in the world to do. The Giants used to do this to the Texans.
He's got nobody over the center. He's got the 2 guards. Listen, he did this against the Dolphins, and the Dolphins can run with anybody.
23,
yeah, that's true.
23 is not a DB. You got remember when Tom Brady was like, I hate all the number changes. That's Drew Tranquil, a linebacker, who's not big.
Right.
So they're staying base. They're just aligning differently.
Yeah.
Right, Tranquil is a maniac too.
Yes,
by the way.
Well, the hardest
He's
thing,
all over the field.
But the hardest thing for San Francisco is any matchups you want to do. But see that now the Dolphins are kind of built like the Patriots, and I mean like the 49ers in terms of making it uncomfortable from a matchup standpoint. So if they did that against Miami, that's pretty interesting.
They did, and
they've got speed.
32 is the one. 32 is the one, and he's going to be spying McCaffrey out of the backfield.
Is that Bolton?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to be spying McCaffrey out of the backfield.
Nick Bolton does not have the speed to do that. Nick Bolton's a 4.7 40 guy. That is not going to end well for them if Bolton tries to cover him around the field.
We'll see. We'll see if he.
It's a great chess match.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got 2 of the best offensive minds. I'm being honest here. This is a super exciting chess match between Kyle Shanahan, who is one of the preeminent matchup aficionados, and Andy Reid, who has, I don't remember a year where you say, boy, Andy Reid, boy, what a bad year for Andy Reid. Just really had a bad year. Andy Reid's been doing this since the Philadelphia days. He was great in Philadelphia. Frankly, he may have made Donovan McNabb a better player than he, was ever going to be. I think he maximized Donovan McNabb until the soft tissue injury started slowing McNabb down. Look what he's done with Pat Mahomes, who's a great talent with a great coach. Now he's in discussions for the greatest quarterback of all time. Like Andy Reid. And San Francisco's defense hasn't been great lately. And they're going up against Andy Reid, even though Reid's weapons, like the wide receivers, are pretty average. No. Let's be honest.
Andy Reid's been doing this for longer than that. Green Bay Packers with Brett Favre.
Yeah.
I mean, Andy Reid's been
I don't know that Andy's had
genius.
A down year offensively in 2.5, 3 decades.
Yeah, right. You know who else hasn't had a down decade? Houston Powder Coaters. Over 20 years, 5-star customer service, Google reviews, very hands-on, great communication with customers, education for aftercare. It's kind of a big deal that you take care of your stuff. I mean, I asked Robin, hey, so what do I do to maintain? How about wash your furniture, okay? How about wash it, rinse it off, dry it, make sure that it stays nice. If you need it to your outdoor furniture to be fixed, they got all the straps and slings. They can repair the hardware. They've got everything. You will send a picture to Robin, and she'll tell you whether or not she can save your furniture. Whatever color your furniture is, you can change the color. You want to change it to your favorite team. You like burnt orange or maroon. You like the Astros blue and orange. You like that. You like Texans red, white, and blue. Whatever. They'll get that job done for you, Houston Powder Coaters. Over 100 colors in stock. If your furniture is old and faded, make it look new again. It's expensive to buy new furniture, so let Houston Powder Coaters take care of it. Make it look new again at HoustonPowderCoaters.com, 281-676-3888. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance and the same five guys who always call. Oh, yay.
We've made listening and watching your favorite sports radio station even easier. We are officially streaming on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel every day. Now you can easily listen and watch anywhere and everywhere. If you listen every day and like us, clicking our YouTube subscribe button makes a big difference for us. It matters. Let us know you're listening. That's right. We're on YouTube. You can watch John and Lance if you so choose. And the rest of the lineup too. So ESPN Houston, YouTube, click on that, subscribe, watch, and listen to the show.
Do you remember when the Texans blew the 24-0 lead at Kansas City in the playoffs?
I remember every
Do you
Texans
remember what happened the next day?
Yeah, the Astros scandal broke.
Yeah. Is this the same thing that Andre Johnson and C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. kind of averted all our attention as opposed to the Rockets not making any moves yesterday?
Oh, well, that's interesting. We didn't talk about it, did we? It was a really slow trade period.
Well,
for all the talk that was out there.
Mini moves. Plenty of mini
moves. Well, there's
moves
a lot of moves
that
it
you
wasn't
don't
big.
think mean a lot. Yeah, but as far as I mean, the Dallas acquired a couple big guys, and the Knicks added some depth, but nothing giant. And the Rockets didn't do anything. And I think from what I've been reading that there is a bit of a difference of opinion in the front office or between the front office and Ime. Ime would like to acquire guys to help them win immediately.
Yeah.
And the front office is like, well, we put a lot into this rebuild. We don't want to just jettison young players and give their minutes to older players. But Ime's like, I ain't here for all that. I want to win.
I'm right now. Ime ain't about this. I'm giving up 168 points life. No,
but with Ime, you also have to temper his I want to win now stuff with Rafael Stone. Still has to maintain the discipline of building a roster out and doing it with a process. Don't get too rushed and hurry, because what happens is you get old, unnecessarily old with, you know what, I just trust veteran guys. Ime's probably one of those I trust veteran guys, and all of a sudden you go from a young team that has a long shelf life to like a bunch of 29-year-olds and a few Jeff Greens, and like, oh no, you got old. Because old team, you go unnecessarily old, and your shelf life, your window becomes unnecessarily shorter. And I liked it. I'm fine that they didn't make a move, because there were some moves I thought about that I said, oh, it'd be interesting. Like Bojan Bogdanovic. There's talk about Bogdanovic being available, right? And I thought, well, this guy, he's not shooting great this year, but this guy's been for much of his career a 40% three-point shooter. And then I realized, for what? For what? He's 34 years old. Why do I want Bogdanovic here taking minutes from guys who need to learn and become basketball players? Bogdanovic should be a target for teams who want to, get into the playoffs
like
and
the
make
Knicks.
a run in the playoffs. I'd love to have Bogdanovic on the Rockets if it meant that they were a top 6 seed or 5 seed, but fighting for a playoff spot, play-in spot. Why do I want a 34-year-old shooting guard? I don't. It doesn't make any sense. Not for this team.
No, I agree. Not Bogdanovic, but I wouldn't mind McCall. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, but that's a core player.
Yeah, that's right.
I was cool with if you want to make a trade for a new core player, I was cool with that.
Yes, and I think he's going to be
They didn't even move Jayshawn Tate, which they've had offers in the past for Jayshawn. My guess is that I don't think it's not a tough guess that Ime Udoka likes Jayshawn Tate. Tate is Udoka's kind of guy, but Tate has also got there's a glass ceiling on Tate. He's not going above that ceiling. Like his ceiling is reached. This is who he is. And I like having him on a team where you need a scrappy guy, but you've already got some scrappy guys with Tari Eason. Even though Tari's hurt, he's coming back. Tari Eason and Dylan Brooks, you got enough scrap. To me, you could have that's why I thought you could have moved Jayshawn Tate. But if you're just moving him, okay, I guess not. But if you're moving him with a plan, for salary purposes or to do something from a draft pick standpoint, I actually thought there was a pretty good chance he would have got moved yesterday. But I don't even know how close it came that the Rockets even, if they came close to making a move.
Yeah, no idea. But there was a lot of smoke around him There was a lot of thought. Malcolm Brogdon, McCall Bridges. There was talk. There was Jalen Green was in. There's a reason that there was a lot of smoke. I think they were looking. I think they were trying to looking to improve. But I think that at the last minute they or whatever time they said, you know what? Let's not do anything haste. Like you said, let's not just get older. Let's not just win now.
No,
Let's go long
The
term.
Bridges thing, what stopped them was the Nets. The Nets, we're not doing that.
We're not doing that.
I think the Rockets would have definitely done that. Here's a quote from Ime Udoka on his alleged pushing of Rafael Stone to be aggressive. It comes from Jonathan Fagan. I wouldn't say I'm pushing to be aggressive. If nothing happens, we're comfortable with what we have. People are all talking this time of year, like always, saying he wanted to be aggressive is saying me wanting to be aggressive, that's not really the case. So we're listening to whoever calls, but half the time, I would say 90% of the times, rumors and things are being thrown out by others. So he at least has heard what people think he's trying to push for. He pushes back on that.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, whatever. But if there's smoke out there that Jalen Green's name has been out there, somebody's leaking, and it wouldn't just come up. Hey, Jalen, something was happening out there.
Agents will bring it up. Agents will leak some stuff.
I don't think Jalen's probably not long term for this organization.
I think he'll go on draft day or before the draft this summer. I think is when we'll see Jalen move. But he's playing great right now, man. Let's just roll with Jalen, see what happens. The second half of the year, he's playing really, really good basketball. The concern would be if the team, is he Udoka's kind of guy? This is just me. This is my guess. I don't think he's Udoka's kind of guy. But do the Rockets front office and ownership like him? I could see them liking him. And I could see Rafael Stone liking him because he picked him. And I could see, is there a chance that he plays really well the second half of the season and they say, you know what, let's buy into him. Let's give him a max dollar deal for 4 years. And then Udoka's going to have to be good with it. If he's not, maybe I'm misreading it. This is certainly a guess on my part, but I think that you'll see Jalen Green moved before you have to go to a max contract situation. So I think he gets moved this summer, but we'll see. I just want them to keep playing well. I want them to keep winning. Well, I want them to start winning games on the road. They're a very bad road team. They're not as dominant at home as they were pretty good early in the year. It's not the same. So I just want to see them play better basketball. I want to see defense creep back into the equation again. That would be nice. And really just want to get guys healthy. Fred VanVleet's going to be out for a while. Tari Eason, you're trying to get Tari Eason
Where
back.
is he?
He'll be here soon.
Oh, my God. Tari McCullers, get on the court.
That's so disrespectful.
That is so insulting.
Let's go. Sick of it. Get on the court, Tari. Oh, my God. Major League Baseball. I am so sick of MLB.com, and I'll tell you why on the other side. And we'll also we got one more VIP table to give away, so keep on listening here. We will do that as well. But first, I got HR&P to talk about. I got your business to talk about. I got your business, which is your business. You know your business. There's a reason that you're successful in your business. There's a reason that your business is growing. You're good at your business. You know what to do. You've figured it out. You've got sales, and now you add trucks, you're adding employees, you're moving, shaking and going, and you've got commission people, you've got hourly people, you've got salary people. What the heck? All of these different obstacles for you to handle with your payroll. Well, HR&P handles that. That's what HR&P's business is. That's why they're so good. That's why they've grown so much. That's why we have so many testimonials on this show from our other advertisers. They've gone with them and they go, holy cow, they're really, really good. They're great at what they do. You're not great at payroll. You're not great at taxes come tax time, the Affordable Care Act. You're not great at HR. You're great at what you do. Do what you do. Let HR&P do what it does. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. Man, if watching Andre Johnson answer the door when Chris Carter shows up to tell him he's made the Hall of Fame, if that doesn't move you, then you have no soul.
I wonder how they chose Chris Carter, because a lot of times it has to do with a personal connection. Do we know about a personal connection between Andre and Chris
Ohio
Carter?
State versus the
U.
U?
No, because that's a good one. That's a wide receiver.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing I can think of, but maybe they have a bond that we don't know about.
Yeah. Maybe they do. But
And it
it's
has to
great.
be an ex-Hall of Famer. That's how they usually do it. Not an ex-Hall of Famer, but a current Hall of Famer, I guess. So
Dre breaks up and can't contain his emotions there.
Yeah.
Must feel like if we get into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame, and they come to our, like, if I hear, and then like the dogs start barking and like, get it, somebody get it. I'm teaching Marty, get it. And I'm like, I don't have any pants on. I'm watching this show and I'm
put that bubble away.
Laying, like I go to the thing.
It's already a promo, by the way. It's already been sent in.
I was trying to watch a streaming show and eat on the bed.
Well, don't you think you should put your pants on if you're watching?
Yeah.
Why are your pants off?
We just want to be as comfortable as possible.
Put some shorts on.
Put some
I know.
shorts on.
I wear shorts at home. I don't just walk around with nothing on.
Right.
Well, I don't walk around with nothing on.
Apparently you do.
I have underwear. And it's boxers,
shorts
so it's
on.
no big deal. And
Put
I
some
go,
shorts
and then
on.
it's going to be like, and then when I open the door, and they're going to say, hey, because first thing I'm going to think is Jehovah's Witness. The first thing I'm thinking is
who's showing up?
Second, somebody is coming to sell me electricity. Third is going to be somebody wants to paint the numbers. Like, oh, here's your address. I'll paint this guy's.
Well, you know who it is. He's going to know immediately because it's going to be Barry Warner. Shows up at his front door.
Yep.
Knocks on the door, and did Barry go in as a sports guy or a Chinese guy?
What?
A Chinese guy?
Right. Did he go into
you mean
the
Chinese media?
Into the
No, Barry. Put some respect on his
Chinese
name.
guy.
That man's been doing sports
Yeah,
talk
no.
here
He
for
did
years.
Asia 1 forever.
Yeah, but that doesn't make him a
That
Chinese
makes him a
guy.
Hall of Fame.
Go into a Hall of Famer.
How
as
did he go in?
As a Chinese guy.
You don't go as a Chinese guy.
You meant wearing the Chinese hat? I'll wear a K-Gal hat.
You're going to wear a K-Gal
Yeah, I'll wear a
hat?
Gal
All
hat,
right.
Gal Communications hat into the Hall of Fame.
So,
but if Barry Warner shows up, or if I see David DeLotte or Charlie Palillo, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Well, you bring up a good point, because unlike
in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Do we know this? Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's been in.
So you have options. Well, you both have options. You can go in as John can go in as a 6'10" guy,
don't see that.
a Yahoo Sports Radio guy, or an ESPN 975 guy, or a 1560 guy, or a KGAL guy. Lance, you got 790 on your resume.
Ken Hoffman could show up
6'10".
at
What about all the dead bodies he's got in his past?
Oh, body bags over there?
Body bags.
So you're going to go as a
There's
790
nobody going to
guy?
show up at his acceptance
they're all
speech
dead.
because everybody's dead.
And you hope
he
to
killed
be,
them off.
And you hope to be dead before he goes to the Hall of
No,
Fame.
who's dead? Adam Wexler's thriving.
Is he?
Adam Clanton's thriving. Yeah, their show's doing well, I guess. I don't know. You had Matt Jackson's out of radio. Matt Thomas is doing well in middays, right?
Yeah.
Like, who are these dead people? Michael Connor is here. You're alive.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of
Barely,
people on
barely.
dead.
I've been
Now
sent away
some of them
twice.
had road bumps. There was a time where there were some road
Yeah,
bumps.
but I've lost my will to live on the radio
You're an
anymore.
energy vampire for John.
Yeah.
What's that?
I have been okay. I'm gonna stop. But I'm gonna start crying. Never thought I'd get into Texas Radio Hall of Fame. So what do we do? It's in Galveston.
Are you?
I don't think it's
in Galveston.
It is in Galveston.
Is it?
Yes.
Why is it in Galveston?
I don't know. And as soon as they say, it's in
I can't
Galveston,
go then.
We've got a dinner. We've got
You
a.
just drove to Lake Charles. You can't drive to
We've
Galveston.
got one of those baked
What are we
chicken.
talking
I got to
about?
drive to Galveston today. I'm going to the ball, the Mardi Gras ball tonight.
Hey,
Then you'll be
congrats.
in a
fine.
tuxedo.
Oh, look at
how'd you
that.
get so lucky?
Look at that.
I opened my big mouth.
He opened his big mouth. You need to. He'll
What-
tell you this
tell the
story off
story.
the air. Off the air, you'll hear
So
the
I
story.
talked about how much I hate Major League MLB.com before the break.
But you don't hate. Just for
2000
the record, you don't hate Andre Johnson,
I love Andre.
and you're happy he got in the Hall of Fame.
Oh yes, very happy.
And if somebody like Rowdy Yates probably won't do your Hall of Fame, it'll probably have to be Hoffy. Because most people don't
Hoffy
like
will
you.
be knocking on my door. Barry Warner will knock on yours.
Yeah, Barry will do mine or
Yeah.
Charlie. I did a show with Charlie.
Body bags.
Oh,
Well, he was fine for years, though. He was
Body
fine for
bags.
years. He was fine
So, 2024 MVP candidates. AL favorites. Julio Rodriguez.
Yes.
Juan Soto.
Yes.
Corey Seager. Aaron Judge. Adley Rutschman. Okay. What the bleep? NL favorites. Mookie Betts, Ronald Acuna Jr., Shohei Ohtani. What's he done? Fernando Tatis and Corbin Carroll. The dark horses. Here are the dark horses for both leagues. Royce Lewis, Will Smith, Riley Green, who plays for the Tigers.
We have way too many Will Smith.
Brian Hayes, who plays for the Pirates, and Adolis Garcia. Where in the bleep is Jordan or Kyle Tucker in this?
Okay, so a lot of those names, they're dark horse because they're not like.
Where is Jordan?
They're way under the radar. Jordan, what's the highest he's finished as MVP?
I don't
He finished
care.
13th last year, and he finished 3rd the year before.
Yeah.
They're probably looking at the fact that Jordan can't stay on the field.
I don't care what they're looking at. They've got Riley Green, who plays for Detroit. There's zero possibility Riley Green.
Not as a lead dog. And he's not going to be in the dark horses because the dark
Brian
horses,
Hayes from Pittsburgh?
Is he in the lead? Yeah,
he's one of the dark horses.
AL. No, dark horses are guys who are way under the radar. Oh, Jordan's not under the radar. They just ran out of.
No,
Jordan
dark horses means they've got a shot, but I don't think I don't.
Yeah,
look at it the
no,
same
but
way
Jordan
either.
doesn't qualify as a dark horse. Jordan is actually one of the favorites. Like when it comes time to bet, he ain't gonna be a dark horse.
He ain't a top 5.
He ain't gonna be a dark horse. Not in their little list, but he played 114 games last year. He played 135 the year before. Jordan's gonna have to play more baseball. Jordan's had injury issues 2 straight years.
I'm fine with Jordan just playing enough that you win your division.
Nah,
and then,
I want Jordan playing more.
I wanted Jordan 2 years ago when he played 135 and won the World Series with a home run over center field.
You know what
That's
I like?
what I like.
Jordan playing 150 games and Jordan being healthy the whole year and him winning a World Series. I'd like it both.
Yeah, well.
I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think Jordan can play and win a World Series.
He gets a little tired at the end of the year, okay? I want him fresh.
His hand.
I want him fresh.
How many 100 RBI seasons has he had?
100 RBI seasons?
In his 5 years.
In 5 years? Well, because he hasn't been on the field.
Year. Not the COVID year.
Yeah, obviously.
Only one.
Yeah.
Only one. How many 40 home runs seasons does he have?
6?
None.
Oh.
He's had a 37, a 33, a 31. He's had a 104,
for you?
a 97, a 90. No, I mean, if he played, Jordan would be like a 40, 120 guy if he played.
Yeah.
Jordan would have already won an MVP.
Yeah.
If he could stay on the field. Because these numbers are just bananas for Jordan. Like, they're bananas. The year that you're talking about where the year he had 33 homers and 104 RBIs, his OPS was only, quote-unquote, only 877. Every other time, 1,000, 990, 950.
Yeah.
So
that's
Jordan,
why I don't believe. Are you kidding me? You got a Riley Green up there and not a Jordan Alvarez.
Well, they're just
Stop
trying to
being
find somebody
ridiculous.
out of the,
Yeah, guess
out
what?
of the pack.
Find somebody that should be there.
No, but not for dark horses. Dark horses are meant like who would be your surprise picks. That's dark. Jordan ain't nobody's dark horse. Not with these numbers. Jordan should be in the field. I think he's hurt by Soto being, and still, I put my money on Jordan outperforming Soto.
I do too.
I'd have Jordan outperforming Soto. Maybe not Aaron Judge.
Well, Soto's got the protection of Aaron Judge now.
He does. Who are the other names that were in there?
Yeah,
but I just feel like Soto might have some stink on him. He may have some jinx on him. Look what he did.
I got out of it because Sports Illustrated has another picture of Brit. I thought
you take Sports Illustrated seriously.
I thought
anymore?
Sports Illustrated was folded.
That's
Did
what I'm saying.
Brittany Mahomes make it fold?
This is probably AI put this article out
of Brittany.
No,
Mahomes.
No, was this a Sports Illustrated list that you had for?
No. It was MLB.com list.
Oh, well, how'd you bounce to Sports Illustrated?
It's on Twitter. It's on a tweet came up with Brittany. I'm sick of Brittany Mahomes in the bathing suit. Is she responsible for Sports Illustrated folding?
No, you've blamed how many people in the last couple weeks?
Usually it's women.
Well,
sure. He blamed. He alluded to a
transgender on the cover
and
for
who
the
else?
swimsuit issue.
And there's something else that you also blamed in that same.
Well, they did have AI aggregating and writing articles, which people found out.
He blamed AI.
But you saw that the LA Times laid off like an entire sports department. Like they have had major. I don't know, but LA Times got obliterated. The major
that
news
old
publications,
man it's just he still hates Jose Altuve in the Astros.
But
He's
what
ridiculous.
I'm saying is,
goodbye.
Do you know
Sorry
what
you
your
lost
media,
your job. Goodbye.
Do you know what your media is basically going to be? Like Stephen A. It's going to be it'll be people
Pat
yelling.
McAfee.
It'll be Pat McAfee. It'll be the Kelseys. It's going to be people yelling at each other on TV.
Gilbert Arenas.
It'll be the Pivot with Ryan Clark and those guys.
Yes.
It'll be Club Shay Shay. It'll be Aiden Ross doing a sports thing, a streamer, Twitch streamer, or YouTube streamer. You don't know him, but Dell will know him. It's going to be your new. It'll be Barstool, right? And then your news. You will not have anybody trying to break any news stories. You won't have any. It'll just be gossip stuff. But it won't be. It won't be like, oh man, this is unfortunate what happened.
Coaches love that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, coaches love it. That's why Mike Tomlin told me. Well, he's just not a fan of. I think I know who he's talking about now. Apparently, Ryan Clark may have kind of gone out. Well, Ryan Clark, it's his job. He just said, maybe it's time. Maybe the message isn't getting through with Mike Tomlin anymore. And there's an end date on coaches with their messages. You hear the same stuff over and over. I didn't think when I read about what Ryan said, it didn't sound super disrespectful, but I got a funny feeling that Tomlin's probably not. They get a little sensitive now.
Oh, you think?
They get a little sensitive.
You think? All right, you got to talk about siding and windows. And when we come back, they'll remind us we're going to give away the VIP table.
So Allstate Windows, and we'll get to Joe Daddy. He wants to talk about Andre Johnson. You want to celebrate Andre Johnson? Jump in 713-780-3776. He is the Houston Texans after 21 years of football. We have our first Hall of Famer here, and it's Andre Johnson. So a celebration of Andre Johnson when we come back. Now, I want to talk about Allstate Windows and Siding because this is also something that should be a celebration, and that is a celebration of lowering your energy bills, which is a really big deal with our summers, man. Our summers are brutal, brutal, brutal. And did you know that with new windows and new siding from Allstate Windows, you can potentially save as much as, it goes up to 40%. There's been a study on it. That's a real number. It's not going to go beyond it, but it can go up to 40%. It depends on what you're dealing with from a window standpoint. If you have leakage, if you have single pane windows, if you have a house that faces faces west, and you get just lit up in the evening, you need something, or in the early afternoon to late afternoon, I should say, to early evening. You need something that can counter that. Well, how about windows that help to keep the air conditioning in, and also keeps the noise out, keeps the dust out, gives you an added level of protection. But these windows are made in Texas for Texas tough weather, and they can withstand those big hurricane strength winds. Now they have, if you live down by the coast, they have the hurricane grade windows. But even their standard windows are going to give you added protection against the elements that we face here. And that's Allstate Windows and Siding. They are providing you with a deep discount on windows if you tell them you heard about it from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And don't forget, full siding jobs, complete siding jobs, you get a big discount on them as well. Weather's great right now. Do all these jobs right now while the weather's good, and you get even bigger discounts on your product. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com, 832-204-1936.
Time to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing. Time to talk about our guy, Billy Brown. And time to talk about some preemptive stuff, okay? I don't know that we're going to have any more freezes, but here's the deal is, did you have any damage to your pipes? You want to take a look at them? How about leak detection, camera inspection? You can check out your why don't you check all your fixtures? Why don't you check out your water heater? If you haven't cleaned your water heater in a while, you need to do that. Drain cleaning too, circulating pumps, hydrostatic testing, reroutes, gas piping. All of these things can be done by the experts, and experts is what they are at Aqueduct Plumbing. I've had them in my house. I've had issues. I've had leaks. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. Oh, here's where it is. It's pretty damn simple, and they're great at it. And they're not going to charge you to come to your house. Billy is fantastic. All of his guys are fantastic. They are just super. So you got to put this number in your phone: 281-488-6238. 281-488-6238. It's Aqueduct Plumbing. Tell Billy you heard it here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, 9:20 on ESPN. Let's do it. Let's give it away. Let's do it right now. First caller, 713-780-3776. You want a VIP table for Sunday. Don't call if you're not going to take it. Don't call if you're not going to show up. Right now, first caller, 713-780-3776. Who wants to go and watch the big game with us at Warehouse Live, Midtown? Food trucks, you got bars and the huge screen. It's going to be a great place to watch the game. We're gonna all be there. It's going to be fun. There is a band that's going to be playing from 3 to 5. Doors open at 2. Come early, and even if you got a VIP table, you got to get that early too. Get there early so that you're at your VIP table. Let's go. It's already given away, so sorry, all you people that are calling.
Listen to John. I hope you guys do show up because you'll get to see what Lance looks like and smells like after being forced to cook fajitas for his son's friends.
He's going to smell like beef fajitas.
I'd
green,
take a shower.
Green peppers.
I would take a shower. Green peppers.
Yeah.
My kids hate green peppers.
You what?
There's no green peppers even allowed in the house.
What are you talking about? There's no green peppers allowed.
My family
What kind of
doesn't
Italian family do you have?
We don't have an Italian family.
Well,
we don't.
Why
like
would you
green
not
peppers.
have an Italian family?
We don't, because we're Mexican and German and French and English, and there's some other stuff going on there.
I don't know if we like to call people that.
Mutts?
I mean, it's okay for dogs.
John does. Remember that scene with the eggplant stuff and all that?
From The Godfather?
No. Out of when Christopher Walken was about to kill.
Yeah.
Shooter.
True Love? No.
True Romance.
True Romance.
No. Yeah, True Romance.
True Romance. Yeah. Yeah. No, that scene. That's a bad scene. That's not a good scene. Dale, you don't remember that scene?
I've never seen True Romance.
Well, he didn't like being called a mutt. Well, did he?
Yeah. No, he
did
didn't.
he like being called a mutt?
You don't.
I don't think anyone does.
No.
But John does it.
Dale, don't watch that movie.
You think John cares about people?
No. Yes, I care, but I'm a man of the people, with the people, by the people, for the people. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Random. Okay. I'm going to start doing this. We'll just pull random ESPN topics into the show. John, do you consider Lamar's season a success?
I know Shannon doesn't or does.
We don't know.
I don't know
he's
which
adamant
one.
about
but
something.
But man, is he mad at Dan Orlovsky?
Yeah.
And he's
Dan
screaming
is
at him about this.
Nonplussed
because
himself.
this
He's
is
like, I don't know why you're. Well, so I'm guessing that Dan is the savior in this one because he learned his lesson on the.
Oh yeah, you can't.
The Justin Fields. So my guess is Shannon, before when they had their meeting, like Shannon said, "Look, I'm going to take you. You can do Lamar." Dan probably said, "I want to say yes. Like I want to back Lamar because this is how these things work. They bring up the topic, who's got what, and sometimes you both have the same side, and the other guy, and then you say, "Look, that's fine. I'll argue the other side." That's how genuine that stuff is. Just so you know.
Yeah.
So they'll argue. So he's going to argue the other side, and Dan probably argued that Lamar had a successful season. If you end up as an MVP, it's a successful season.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, there's levels to it. But it was definitely a successful season for him. Now, does it help him get the Super Bowl monkey off the back? No, it doesn't. Oh boy.
What? Oh my gosh. What?
It's the guy from.
It's City Cats. City Cats is here.
Look at Look at the mullet that Raheel has.
What's up, boys?
Here, put
okay.
this. Do we have a mic that works?
No, we
Does
don't
our
have
microphone
one.
work?
Here, he's got a little thing. Look at that little thing you can sit on because you're short. Because you're wee.
Wait, this may work. It may not. You know how it's the same as always.
Hi, Raheel.
Nice. I'm happy to see things have changed here.
No.
You got equipment that works.
I don't know.
I don't think that
Can you hear
was working.
yourself?
I'm not,
I
do you
can
hear him?
myself.
Yeah, he can hear himself.
No. He can hear himself? I don't hear him. I don't hear him.
Maybe it's that.
It's probably just
There it
one
is,
channel.
There it is. There it is.
Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, you hear a channel.
No.
So are you?
What's
are you our Radio Row?
Yeah, man, I'm excited to be
So what
here.
have you seen? So we're not going to send you to Radio Row, but what have you seen on social media from Radio Row that you can report back on?
The same stuff you were just talking about. Pat McAfee, Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
And that's it. I guess the Barstool
Well,
guys. I don't know.
I know that
Barstool-
610 goes to dinner a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By
they
the way,
eat a lot
when
of
did-
meals.
Yeah, and they toast to Rex Burkhead.
Yeah. That's fun.
When did sports radio become that, I don't know, like, I don't want to say uncool, but just that boring?
I think it's fair to say.
It just sounds like a bunch of dudes who own Mini Coopers now.
Yeah. I don't know about the Mini
Not really on
Coopers.
this
I don't think they fit in a Mini Cooper.
show
A lot
that
of them wouldn't
much.
fit in a Mini Cooper. But
The
I'm not
sentiment
sure,
stands.
I'm not sure that's the case. But you, what do you like about? I mean, are you promoting City Cats?
No, I'm here to promote Daisy Dips. Whether it be the ranch or the Thousand
French
Island.
onion.
Oh, French onion.
Not they don't have Thousand Island.
Or
How did you get
also,
the Daisy Duke contract?
Don't forget
I got
Canstead.
because of
Also,
Daisy Dukes.
No, come
They have
on.
Yeah, because I was a
Ranch?
big fan of her.
Yeah,
No, that's only for real Midwesterners like Joel Blank.
they have ranch. They have
Wait, what?
what's the other one?
Ranch and French onion.
French onion
Yeah.
and Canstead and Dublin.
No, that's
All the dips.
that's the
What's the
different dip.
difference?
Satsuma.
That's Rambler.
That's
The water.
No, I'm
not
so happy, man.
Satsuma.
Thank you to Daisy Dukes for sending me here.
Daisy Dips.
Daisy Dips.
So what did you see from? So give us an idea. You had some Barstool stuff happening. You had Pat McAfee did things without a shirt or with no sleeves. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Clark is there
Yeah.
running the show.
It's
Cam
not.
Newton's
I
all
haven't
over the
seen
place
any.
now.
Honestly, just somebody that's not like watching it every single day, just from an outsider's perspective. The build up to the Super Bowl has been kind of blah so far.
Well, I saw what's his name from Jimmy Kimmel do his bit.
Guillermo's questions are
Yeah,
always
Guillermo's.
good.
Yeah, that was
But that's
actually
early
pretty
in
good.
the week, though.
They
That's
had
like
him
Monday.
sign his stomach and
Yeah.
he had all kinds of boxes on
He's
it.
good.
That was actually good.
He's actually one of the nicest people.
Is he?
When he was here, when we were in Houston doing it, he was so kind to everybody.
Has he been on City Cats?
City Cast Houston.
Yeah,
City Cast Houston, which is a daily
City-
podcast.
TNS.
Yeah, covering
Oh,
topics around
City
the city of
Cats.
Houston.
I keep
yeah.
saying City
Cast.
Cats.
Yeah, City Cast.
How
Yeah.
many different cats do you guys talk about
No,
on
it's
this
cast.
show?
It has nothing to
Is
do
it-
with cats.
You've been on the show, John.
I
We've
know.
actually- yeah.
Oh, yeah, because I was on. We were talking about running over cats on the road.
The worst roads in the city of Houston.
Oh, is that what we did? I
Yeah, we
forgot.
talked about
You've
that.
gone long enough without talking about your product. Can we get back to the Diamante
Oh, yeah.
and Añejo? Can
Oh,
you
yeah,
talk about
can
that?
we- yeah. Diamante.
Do you need me to talk about? Well, here's one.
No,
thing.
I think
can tell
Put
you.
that down so he could hear him.
Yeah, one thing I can tell you for
No,
a fact.
you're not the
is
Radio
that-
Row host. He is. I need the Radio Row host to talk about Reposado and Añejo. Go
can't.
ahead. Go ahead.
He can't talk about it. I can.
You can't
It's my
either.
product. Now,
It's not your time, though.
here's what it's not my time?
No.
No.
Oh, then why are you
Because
introducing
He's the Radio
confusion,
Row
chaos to the show?
I assume that's what he's here to talk about. Añejo
no,
and Reposado.
that's me. If I were on Radio
Yeah.
Row, I would have gone and they could have said, let's talk draft with Lance Sterling. Lance, before we do, you're doing a lot of great stuff with
Can't
Añejo,
and Dublin?
right?
Oh, no.
No,
It
you
would
know
have
who's
been
actually doing
Maestro
some great stuff?
Dobell.
Haas Avocados. This Sunday, you
Yeah.
got to get your guacamole ready with
Oh.
Haas Avocados.
Yeah, so those are so you can get the larger ones if I'm correct. There's
Yeah.
larger but also
The
smaller.
way you pick it, you want to touch it, and it should feel a little mushy, but not too mushy.
Have you been out in the fields because you forgot? Have you been out in the fields a lot lately because you forgot to shave and you look like a?
I don't think he forgot. I
An
think that's a
avocado
look.
picker? What are you saying?
picker.
Out in the fields
Wait,
of what?
What did you say the other day? I got a tweet saying I look like Brock Purdy or something. What was happening?
No, some killer, right?
Oh,
no, yeah.
that was.
Oh no, no,
Sirhan
Sirhan.
Yeah,
He said you
We
look
were
like
just
You look like
comparing-
the guy who assassinated Robert Kennedy.
Like,
I said, no, he doesn't.
Yeah.
What?
Kind
No,
of, a little bit.
It's not
You're the
fine,
first person I
because-
thought of.
But the first person we looked at was John Wilkes Booth looks like Paul Gallant.
Paul
a little
Gallant,
bit.
and Brock Purdy looks like Lee Harvey Oswald. And you look like Sirhan Sirhan.
He does not look
really.
like
Look
Sir
like
Hans.
him at all.
A little
The
bit.
young one, but he had to really
the
not
skin
as
tone
much.
a little bit.
It was
The
less.
skin tone.
It was that's super.
A
I don't know if
little
it's
bit.
He looks
racist,
like-
but it's
no,
definitely.
This guy's not getting into the Texas Radio Hall
Yeah,
of
you
Fame.
He looks
never
like
get
no,
there,
he
don't
looks
worry.
like a washed Carlos Vela.
Okay,
That's not
I
bad.
can see that. Yeah,
That's
Carlos
fair.
Vela.
Like at the end
We've
of,
gotten
at the end
that
of his
before.
career. Yeah.
That's,
We've done that.
that's fair.
He's
And
growing.
you've tried to be Carlos Vela in the mall before.
Yeah, and people did not stop. Yeah, they didn't stop.
Did it?
No.
No.
Maybe I'll do it again this in 2026 when the World Cup is here.
Yeah, you should try. Yeah,
Yeah.
try it again.
Try it again.
Try it
Wear
again,
the
but
Mexico
really
jersey.
go out of your way to be Carlos Vela this time.
that'd be
Like,
great.
You have to
All right.
work on a lot of that stuff. So
I'm-
Haas avocado. So for your big party,
Yeah.
you're doing the
Haas
avocado.
And
thing.
don't forget,
who
if
do you
you're
like to
driving
win
around-
the game? By the way, the big game.
Well, let's talk about that. on
Okay,
the
we'll
other
do that
side.
on the other side. But right now, if you want to sell your car before the big game, John Clay Wolf is where you do. John Clay Wolf will be on tomorrow morning right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. He'll be buying cars. And you can actually call him on the radio show. And over the air, he will tell you what your vehicle is worth. Or you could just go to givemethevin.com and they will tell you in just a matter of seconds, actually. It really is. It's amazing. It's amazing, the process of this whole thing. And here's the deal is he says he'll pay you more. If he can't beat CarMax's offer, you got a legitimate offer from CarMax, and you give it to John Clay Wolf, and John Clay Wolf can't beat it, then he's going to give you $100. That's a great deal. And here's the deal. When you go to CarMax, make sure that you're armed knowing how much your vehicle is worth at givemethevin.com or wherever you're going, wherever you're going to sell your car. It is a piece of metal. Get the most you possibly can for it, and that's what you do at givemethevin.com.
Hey, guys, I want to tell you about Maestro Bell. This is something like if they ever ask me to go do radio row stuff and they fly me out somewhere and give me all expenses paid, I'll do it. And I can go and talk football. I can go and talk about some of the heroic things that I've done, whatever they want me to talk about. And I'll have a sponsor by Maestro Bell because you know what? They are a national product. They're national. They started in Mexico, Tequila, Mexico. That's where they have their distilleries. And I'm going to take a trip out there. I can't wait to see it. But I will tell you this. It's made with the finest ingredients. The processes are unbelievable. It is a very, very smooth tequila because it's made the right way. Añejo, Cristalino. They invented the Cristalino category. They do an incredible job of having a great, flavorful tequila that goes down smoothly, that mixes well with cocktails and margaritas, but doesn't bludgeon your doesn't bludgeon your bank account. It's very reasonably priced for being a premium tequila. And this is, make no mistake, a premium tequila. It's Maestro Dobel. Wherever fine liquors are sold, it's Maestro Dobel.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John Granado and Lance Zerline.
934 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We've got Raheel Ramzanali from City Cats with us here on the show.
City Cats Houston. Podcast, download it, subscribe, please.
Subscribe.
Listen.
Who's your latest guest?
Okay, our latest conversation, which I would love to get your opinions on this. We had the
cleanest bathrooms. You could do chance. Cleanest bathrooms in the city.
We had a conversation with the owner of Burger Bodega, Abbas Danani, about what is the official food of the city of Houston. Right? When you think of Philadelphia, immediately you think of
cheesesteaks.
Chicago, you think of
pizza,
lasagna.
Well, it's only
pizza,
been
lasagna.
No, well, I think pizza, and
I would say Chicago-style dogs. The
Chicago dogs, and Italian beef.
This is what outsiders think of a lot of times. What you're going to think of. What is synonymous? It's always been Tex-Mex barbecue. It's always been that for us.
Yeah.
Is it any different?
Is it fajitas? I think fajitas would play a role.
Well, people just say
I think Tex-Mex, fajitas should be because they were invented here, right? Mama Ninfa's, that was a story that she created them right here in the city of Houston.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
So it should be fajitas, but I think
you took a deep dive?
Yeah. We did a deep dive
City
into that.
Cats takes deep dives into this.
But Abbas actually picked Viet Cajun crawfish.
Well, now he's in the food. Now, if you're in the food community here, you're probably not saying Tex-Mex anymore. And now barbecue actually has gone on the rise.
Yeah.
So now you got a better argument.
Well, Kansas City barbecue.
But barbecue is also expensive. Like by nature, the product it's expensive for people who are doing barbecue.
Louisiana's Cajun crawfish.
Yeah.
Kansas City's barbecue. We're barbecue too, though.
I think barbecue here is too young.
Diverse.
It's been only less than 15 years since that Central Texas wave came here.
Yeah.
And we started doing
but
barbecue.
Everyone knew it for barbecue, but you're right. Like actually highly regarded barbecue is actually a lot more new. It's more like 10 to 12 years at most.
Yeah, because the old school, like Damaris, Papa's, Ray's, that was more of like the Houston style of barbecue. That craft style didn't come until about 10, 12 years ago.
Like 2012.
So it's still too young to be known as a barbecue city.
Is this like, are we doing a City Cats podcast right now?
Well, if you bring him on,
this is what he's turned into. He's taken over our show.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
I've only had Vietnamese Cajun crawfish 2 or 3 times max.
That's it?
Yeah,
Oh,
I haven't had it a ton.
I'm not allowed to have it.
He's
not allowed to have it.
I tried so much to take him. He's like, I can't.
But I know how the food community, like
if my wife ever, it'd be like I was cheating on her if I'm eating Vietnamese crawfish.
You got to go
if
step
it's
out a
not
little bit.
from Louisiana,
it's all right. Go plant some cheeks, man.
No. No, I'm not doing the cheeks thing that you just said. But here's the deal.
Joe, you like that one? They're so happy I'm here.
What is it exactly that you are promoting this week here on
Beside Haas Avocados? Here's our Radio Row guest. What are you promoting beside Haas Avocados?
Oh, man, I'm talking about Gatorade, guys. Gatorade is now personalizing your hydration plan, and they're sending out little capsules. You just send in a little test, all your personal information, and they'll create a blend just for you.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Personal
and I saw
blend.
there's Gatorade protein now.
Yo, yeah, man, absolutely. Whey protein mixed in with your Gatorade tastes fantastic.
I bet whey protein tastes good. Anything it's added to, it has a very distinct whey protein taste.
Yeah, and then also CityCast Houston. They sent me out here to Radio Row in the city of Houston, man. We're excited to be here.
Nice. That's right.
Yeah.
So who do you like in the big game?
Oh, man. Well, you've got Kansas City All right.
Yeah, you do have that.
You got
barbecue
Yeah.
versus San Francisco. What's their food?
And I don't know if you've heard or not. San Francisco.
I got that question.
Fisherman's Wharf sourdough bowl. What's that?
Yeah, the bread
chowder.
bowl. The bread bowl.
Bread
Although
bowl?
The bread bowl.
supposedly,
Has to be
Versus
bread bowl.
Kansas City barbecue?
supposedly Fisherman's Wharf is like about a third of how many people used to go there.
Oh,
They don't
not
go-
even that, I
It's
don't think.
not. Yeah, it's kind of yucky now.
Yeah. It's
It
not.
got yucky,
It was
but bread bowl.
awesome.
The bread bowl, right? It has
yeah,
to be
you put
San Francisco
what
food.
you do is you take a sourdough loaf, you carve it out, and you put some kind of you put like a
Spinach
chowder.
dip?
a chowder in
A
it,
chowder.
and then you eat out of bread.
Bread, yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good keto right there. So
not the bread.
none of it is.
They take out a lot of the bread.
Well,
so,
that's
yeah,
true.
They scoop out most of the bread.
But yeah,
You scoop out the carbs.
It's such an overrated dish. I was like, I got to get some of that chowder.
So-
I got to get that sourdough bread. No, it was.
well, so Kansas City wins with their barbecue, right?
Yeah, they win in that category.
Well, San
Well,
Francisco
then
is
you're
but it's like
considered the better
ketchupy
food.
barbecue, isn't it? It's a lot of saucy meat.
Yeah, it's
not.
not ketchup based.
Yeah, it's a lot of ketchup based.
A lot of burn-ins. They do. A lot
Yeah,
of
they do
burn-ins.
burn-ins.
like burn-ins.
They
I
do.
do
Their
like
barbecue
burn-ins.
is fine.
Okay.
San Francisco is considered the better food.
Okay, so
city
right
in
now they're
general,
up
though.
1-0. Kansas City up 1-0. Let's
Okay.
do coaches. You've got Andy Reid, who is
He loves
a Hall of Famer.
cheeseburgers.
He loves cheeseburgers.
Well, are you
but
just
you've got the
basing everything
loyal.
on food, or are we just
No. We've got
Well, I
the
know.
loyalty of Kyle Shanahan, who will
I'm
get a
going
tattoo
Andy
with
Reid.
you.
He's won Super Bowls before.
Yeah, but Kyle Shanahan is a quarterback whisperer.
He is, but Kyle Shanahan's always cranky, and Andy Reid is jovial. He'll reach over and steal your chicken tenders and
I heard
all that.
listen,
stuff.
I heard a story.
Nuggies.
He painted
Yeah.
the Nuggies. Yeah, he painted the
Nuggies.
mustache on.
Yes, he
I
did.
gotta
He's
go
funny.
I got to go with Andy Reid on that.
Andy
one,
Reid.
I'm going
And
Kyle
I heard
Shanahan.
a story about Kyle Shanahan, somebody who left his organization, and boy, he is. If you leave him, he is not a pleasant person about it. He is
Well, yeah.
ugly.
Why
yeah.
are you leaving him?
Maybe just another opportunity
No.
to further
the
my
greatest
career.
opportunity
Wait,
you'll
is he
get is
against-
working with a
Wait,
great
hold on.
Longhorn.
Is he against like Bobby Slowick?
No,
Not that guy.
not that one, not
Okay.
that guy. A different guy, different guy. Yeah.
So I'm going Niners on this one. So it's 1-1 for me.
Okay, so you're going Niners.
Yeah, I'm
See,
going
I
with
would've
the
gone
guy who'll
San
get a
Francisco.
tattoo
I'm
with
going.
me.
So on my fight card, on my scorecard,
Yeah.
I had San Francisco food, but I go Andy Reid,
Which is
quarterback. So
funny.
I'm 1-1.
It's funny you bring a fight card because this Sunday on UFC Fight Pass, while the big game is going on, you can also watch Fury Fighting Championship and hear me do play-by-play.
So actually,
Yeah.
During the game.
During the game.
Wait a minute.
A
you're-
rerun. It'll be a rerun.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was gonna
No, I'm
say
not
you're
skipping-
not having a
I'm not
live.
skipping my
you're like,
super-
oh,
no.
like-
how's that going actually for you? Doing
It's awesome,
doing
man.
the Fury fighting.
Yeah, so if you guys don't know, I'm doing play-by-play for the UFC on their digital side on UFC Fight Pass, which is like their Disney Plus or HBO Max or whatever. So doing that, and I'm part of Fury Fighting Championship, which is the #1 feeder for talent for the UFC now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So
They're the number
actually,
one.
I'm
Number one,
I'm
yeah.
actually going to have a meeting today about 975dip.com sponsoring cage fighting.
Nice.
So we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this: since the Roughnecks are back, are you going to be the guy who has mentally challenged people out on the field throwing
They're not-
footballs?
oh my
No,
or-
I never had a
Physically.
mentally
It
challenged.
was physically handicapable people.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Oh
thought-
my kid! Oh, can we go?
This
What is
guy.
what's the problem now?
No, do you
This
do you
guy.
remember the stuff
It was
that
a-
you used to
he
do
First
to
of
people?
all, I
Okay,
don't
Hold
back
on.
in- that was
Hold on,
almost-
Del, what do you want to clean
Yeah.
up?
I
go
don't
ahead.
even know if you can say that anymore. And secondly, there was not a person with developmental disabilities on the field.
Yeah, it was a physically abled person.
No, you had a guy without arms throwing the
No
football
legs.
or
He
something.
didn't have legs.
Oh, he didn't. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh my!
Young,
Was he in a
young man.
wheelchair?
No, he had the blades on.
But he threw with no lower
He
body.
he
power.
still plays QB right now. He played QB in high school.
Oh.
Great kid. But unfortunately,
Who beat
I
him?
matched him up with this guy Jared Stewart. That's his last name.
It was the worst promotion ever.
I told Jared,
I
I was
was
like,
at
"Hey,
that
let
one,
the
I
kid
remember.
win. Let the kid win." Jared comes out here and launches the ball 50 yards, and this kid I think he was a sophomore in high school at that point.
He's competitive. What
And
do you
he's
want?
not launching at 50 yards, so he ends up losing.
So
So
did you lose the job then immediately, or was it
No, they
afterwards?
folded the entire league. You remember?
Because of that?
Yeah, because of that.
You damn right, it's rough. So you're not going to be on the sideline at Rice Stadium
I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what's happening with that.
Do you have to go and do a mascot thing where you dress up and you try to get the job again?
He's not gonna get the job with your promotional thing you just did. You had a mentally challenged person on the field. He ain't gonna get it that way.
I just asked if he was going to do that. Not that he had done it.
See, we could have taken this so many different places, but I'm here to promote CityCast Houston, so we can't.
What about a question for Ryan? Has a question for a heel. Can we get it in here before we go to break? Hey, Ryan.
What it do, Ryan?
Hey, what's going on, Heezy? What's going on, fellow sports?
Wrong show.
Wrong show, Ryan. You know that.
Sports.
Hey, since Heezy is back on Friday, can we do Third Shade Friday? Let's go.
Go ahead.
Well,
I got to leave right
Throw
now.
Shade Thursday?
Y'all want to do some shade?
Instead
today's
of,
Friday. Can't do
Sorry.
it. It's impossible.
Yeah.
What about?
Oh,
well,
yeah,
I gotta go pick up my
sorry.
son and take him to the orthopedic to check on his surgery. So why don't you do? Is Raheel going to have to do? What did you know, or what happened?
I
No.
thought it's news of
News
the
of
weird.
the
News of
weird?
the weird.
Yeah.
Or are you going to have him do Throw Shade Friday?
We're going to do News of the Weird.
News of the weird. Come on.
We're going to throw shade at News of the Weird.
What do you know
Now he
about
has to
News
deal
of the
with
Weird in one sentence?
Right. Male golfer, female golfer,
Oh.
News of the Weird
Well,
in one
do that.
sentence.
You make jokes, but that's pretty much every News of the Weird story. John just reads the headline, and that's all he knows about
That's
it.
all I know.
So it is
Why
one
would I
sentence
read the whole
specific-
story?
It is
When I
one
asked him
sentence of
specifically, he
knowledge.
goes, come on here.
Yeah, I don't know. You think I'm reading all these stories?
She ran into,
I get a headline.
Yeah, so actually, okay, so no. All right, so actually,
Actually, it doesn't. The headline's misleading.
And this year's
That
Texas
happens all the
Radio
time.
Hall of Famer for
Yeah.
Best Reader on Air.
Right.
Lance, in 60 seconds, what can you tell us about Republic Boot?
well, I can tell you this: at Republic Boot, you are going to get the 1836, exclusively 1836 line of boots, and we're talking about boots that are going to be
Boots.
better than anything that you're going to find in most of these. It's always leather, 100% leather. It's going to be handmade. It's going to be crafted to fit your foot, and if it doesn't, they have ways to fit the foot that you have. Now, custom boots, they do a separate custom boot. People travel from around the country to go get custom boots there. But when you go there, it's really, truly incredible meeting the staff there and seeing how good they actually are at their craft. They've got custom cowboy hats, and they can custom fit your cowboy hats. They've got custom suits available. They've got everything to have you rodeo ready. And I'm talking about you step in today, and you're going to come out of there with great boots, rodeo ready boots and hats and suits that you can have made, or jackets that are already made that might fit you right off the rack, along with everything else that's in there. But it's a vibe in there. They have music on Friday, so today will be a big party. They even serve bourbon and beer and things like that just while you're there enjoying yourself and shopping. So make sure that you get your rodeo-ready attire over at Republic Boot Company. They are the one spot where you are going to get the 1836 line of boots that will have you ready for your rodeo adventures. It's Republic Boot Company in the Heights.
All right. So what is your favorite Daisy dip, Raheel? French onion or ranch?
I'm OG ranch.
Oh, see, I'm a French onion guy. So you and I have issues.
Yeah, we do.
Because when I get my Daisy dip, it's going to be French onion, okay? When you dip that rich potato chip into a Daisy dip, French onion dip.
I can't eat vegetables anymore without it.
Without it, yeah. Without the ranch, the Daisy
Why would you
dip.
eat vegetables?
You don't eat
without the
vegetables.
dip?
Even like hot spinach, you dip in your ranch. Yeah, right?
What is wrong with this
Yes,
guy?
right? Or asparagus, while you're eating. Yeah.
Thinking celery.
Okay.
Or
All right,
carrots.
that
Yeah.
too. But all of them.
Mm.
Daisy dip. Be a hit at your party this year. Bring Daisy dip to whatever big game party you're going to.
Time now for news of the weird with John and Lance. Weird. John and Lance weird. News of the weird. News.
Were you around for news of the? Did we do news
Yes,
of the
we
weird?
started news of the weird.
We did.
Yeah.
I forgot that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently Mount Everest has got a new policy that climbers need to bring their poo back to base camp with them. Do not leave your poo up on the mountain. Do you feel like you want to carry your poo around to base camp?
I mean, I carry my dog's poo around after
You
know,
do,
we're on a
don't
walk,
you?
You have to, right? Like, I take a bag with me, and if he poops, I'm not leaving it on somebody's yard because I
would.
like that. I wouldn't
If I
like
had a
that.
dog, that's what I would
No,
do.
Sometimes I do the fakey fake where I'm like acting like I'm picking it up, but I'm really not picking it up because I don't want to carry it around.
Yeah.
But then you end up carrying it around the whole walk. So, yeah, I think that's a good policy. And up there, it would just freeze, right? And it would just be a lot of poop.
Yeah, it'd be
This
all,
is supposed
it
to
would
be a
never go
life-
away.
Wouldn't that? It's a life-changing experience. You're at the highest peak,
And
and
then
then
you
there's just a bunch of
poo.
human poop.
Yeah.
And it's not good poop either. I mean, you're eating
The bad
what?
poop? Wait a minute. Okay, so can you
It's not gonna be
distinguish the good
fiber,
poop?
It's not gonna be fiber heavy. you know?
Okay. All right.
What are you eating up there, by the way?
Good poop versus
Are you just eating like,
popsicles?
power bars or what?
Popsicles?
No, you're not eating popsicles.
Yeah, everything turns into a popsicle up there. The Iranian cleric complains of too much joy amid soaring depression rates. Do you feel like, I mean, this is kind of close to where you're from. Do you feel like there's too much joy out there right now in the Muslim world?
Yeah, there's not much joy right now in the Muslim world. What story?
Wait.
Where is this?
Well,
source?
according to the Iranian cleric, there's way too much joy going on right now.
Not with the people I'm talking to. It's been very depressing for the last 4 months.
It's not that fun right now.
No,
Is that what
it's
you're saying?
not. It's
Okay.
not fun opening up social media
Yeah.
right now. And it shouldn't be.
So a Russian wife shared her bed with her husband's mummified corpse for 4 years. If Nishma dies, how many years will you spend with her in your bed?
I
dead?
hope 0. I was hoping that. I thought it's just till death do us part, right?
Well, yeah, here, apparently this is in Russia, so
it's in
different
Russia.
there. You have to
4
stay with
years?
4 years.
Mummified body. So did she get it mummified or
How,
did it
how
become
much did
mummified?
that smell?
That's what I'm wondering. Did she go and get it mummified because that man was just laying it down and she's like, yo, I can't be without him? Or was she just like, I'll get around to burying him and she just never got around to it and it just eventually became mummified?
I think 4 years is you got around to something in 4 years.
I don't know. I've left projects hanging for 4 years.
4?
Yeah.
Wow. No wonder you're not working.
Speaking of, it's been almost 4 years since I was fired.
Really?
Yeah. Right, 2020.
It's going on 4 years.
Almost 4 years. Time flew
Well, you
by.
forgot to come back until now. See, you put this
See?
off. Right.
I wouldn't use the word forgot.
A North Carolina man was arrested for molesting a fire extinguisher. Have you ever molested a fire
Wait,
extinguisher?
did he arrest or molest a fire extinguisher?
He was arrested.
He was arrested for molesting, like
A
how?
fire
How do
extinguisher.
you molest a fire extinguisher? Oh, I guess.
Probably where the thing comes out.
My man must be.
And that's
Yeah.
illegal?
What's wrong with that?
It's an inanimate object. You can't do that to a fire extinguisher.
How would you feel if you were the fire extinguisher being violated like that?
It doesn't have any feelings. That's the point.
I've seen dogs molest fire extinguisher or hydrants, or was it an extinguisher or a hydrant? It was a hydrant.
It was a fire extinguisher.
Oh, like. Oh,
I guess you could do
I thought you said
that.
a fire hydrant. I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense, but a fire extinguisher? Why?
Yeah. I don't know either.
You pressed the wrong button.
I think he should be in prison anyway.
Much
white stuff gets everywhere.
Much like people coming out and say, "Hey, let the guys taunt. Let the guy molest the fire extinguisher.
Yeah,
Who
why
cares?"
can't he?
Wouldn't you rather him molest that than something else?
Yes.
Apparently, there is it's going viral. Mommy and Me pole fitness classes.
Oh yeah.
Little girls working on.
I signed up. Yeah.
You got your daughters on that?
My youngest one, yeah. She's a year and a half almost.
And she got her already on the stripper pole.
Yeah.
What?
What? Will you want her to be a doctor when she grows up, or an OnlyFans?
I know what's more lucrative
and makes more money,
and it'll cost the parents less to pay for it.
Yeah, right.
You know how much I have to invest for her to become an OnlyFans model?
A webcam.
A lot less.
Yeah, $200. Here's an old iPhone.
Go ahead.
Go make millions. As opposed to here's $700,000 for school.
Right. No, that's stupid.
And so you can be stressed out and hate your life.
Yeah, no.
Go get those classes, girl.
Go get on that pole, girl.
Mommy and Me.
I don't know how far we want to take this, but you might have to pay for a BBL at some point, so you never know.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
A British Columbia man is suing his wife for damages after discovering food spiked with THC. Do you feel like he should be thanking her?
Thanking her,
right?
She's probably like, this guy sucks.
She's making you feel good.
But how much does that guy suck? Where she's like, I just got to spike his food. This is too much.
Yeah, I can't stand him not high.
Yeah, I just want to sit down and watch TV, and this guy is just annoying me. You know what I need? I need you to get high. I need you to mellow out a little bit.
Please.
How does she spike it?
At this point, we don't know. I already closed it.
Why would you ask him? There was no way he would have known.
I don't even know why I asked it. Hey, by the way, subscribe.
It's
to
impossible to know.
No, it's in the story.
Probably in the story.
Yeah.
CityCast Houston. Subscribe everywhere.
City Cats.
No, CityCast.
It sounds like you're saying City Cats to me.
CAST.
Hey, it's the City Cats.
It's like you say you talk about all the felines in the city. I thought that's what that was.
City Cat.
How we talked about the roads and how we run over cats.
Can I adopt a cat at City Cats?
I'm sure you can at City Cats, but
are you the John Clay Wolf of cats?
No.
I listen to your podcast. And you sell
don't sell me your cats. Sell us your cats.
You are the cat person. You're the cat guy now.
Cast Houston.
City Cast.
If you want to know about what's going on in the city of Houston, go someplace else. But if you want to learn about cats, you go to City Cast.
City Cats.
Somebody's going to make that podcast and it's going to become a huge
Oscar
hit.
De La Hoya and Holly Saunders are coming up with a shopping reality television show. Are you interested?
Shopping for lingerie?
For Holly Saunders?
For Oscar.
Look at it.
No.
Oh, you don't remember that story?
I don't. Yeah, that's right. He's in all that. Yeah, he's in this.
Underwear?
Yeah. Oh no! See,
They're
I don't
pulling
need that.
up to lingerie stores.
Well, I mean, Holly, put some.
Speaking of guys who like to dress up, Paul Gallant's coming up next.
Hey,
Paul Gallant is coming up next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Everybody, listen to Raheel, okay, on City Cats. So we appreciate you stopping by.
Cast.
We appreciate
Thanks for having me, guys. Good seeing you.
It is great seeing. It was great seeing you again. And you know what else is great? Home Bank. Home Bank is here for you. What is it that you're looking for? How about you want to make your money work for you? Well, Home Bank is doing that right now. You want a 7-month CD. How about 5.15% APY on a 7-month CD? If you want 14 months, 4.75%. This is happening every single day at Home Bank. River Oaks, Sugarland, Gulf Freeway, Baybrook, Friendswood. They been in business since 1908. Business and personal banking solutions for nearly any needs. Competitive rates, you see that with 5.15% on a 7-month CD. But the minimum balance is only $2,500. You got to put in at least $2,500, okay? That's the minimum balance on these APYs CDs. So you're looking for a great way to get your personalized checking or your business checking or whatever banking needs you have. Visit home24bank.com for more information. Home Bank, member FDIC.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, home of Old Greg.
I know what you're thinking. Here comes old Greg. He's a scaly manfish. I'm old Greg.
Bye, bitch.
ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brought to you by Zadak Jewelers, KFNC and KFNC HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Something special is brewing in College Station.
Needs marble power dribble. He just cramped it over the right side and through the dunk by Julius Marble.
The Texas A&M Aggies play here on the Texas A&M Sports Network from Learfield.
Texas A&M versus Tennessee. Game coverage begins Saturday at 6:30 right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's Paul Gallant.
Paulie G Show. He's the best in Houston.
The most interactive sports radio show in Houston.
Oh, what's good, my man? How you doing, Paul? What are you doing, Paul?
Join the devastation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
I love the show. Y'all keep it up.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant.
You are definitely living in the hindsight world today, Paul.
As Stroud, little play action to start. Good protection. Airs it out for Collins. He's got it. One play. Touchdown, Texans. 75 yards to start the night for number 7.
Texans Swarm! Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. Oh my God, there's only one football game left this season, Friday, February 9th of 2024. That, the beautiful arm of C.J. Stroud, who was nearly the unanimous offensive rookie of the year in the NFL. He got 48 of 50 votes and was given a fancy trophy at the NFL Honors Awards last night. It was a good day for the Houston Texans, and I know it's been quite the race over the last couple of weeks. Is Houston a basketball town? Is Houston a baseball town? I mean, lots of things have been happening, but once again, guys, I think we can officially and safely say that Houston is a football town, because Stroud wasn't the only guy winning awards last night. We also saw Will Anderson win a rather close battle, surprisingly close battle, for Defensive Player of the Year. He edged out Jalen Carter, Eagles defensive tackle, and somebody named Kobe Turner, who I've never heard of. I guess he's a Rams defensive tackle. That's neato. He wins that award. You also saw Andre Johnson finally get inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Something that I honestly, going into last night, wasn't sure was going to happen. Jerome Solomon, who you can hear Thursdays on this station with Barry Laminack, is the one who broke that news. That was awesome to see. I think everybody was just waiting and hoping that we'd finally have a Houston Texan in the Hall of Fame. And guess what, guys? We finally kicked the door down. D'Amico Ryans almost won Coach of the Year. Kevin Stefanski won it. They had the same amount of
votes based off of the voting system, but technically Stefanski had one more first-place vote, so he ends up winning. A little bizarre. Some of the guys who were getting Coach of the Year awards, John Harbaugh, Sean McVay, Dan Campbell, taking some votes away from our guy, D'Amico Ryans. I don't think Bobby Slowick got a single vote for Coordinator of the Year, but since Jim Schwartz won it, and the Texans absolutely mollywopped the Browns in that playoff game, 45-14, who gets the last laugh? Oh, look at me. I'm Kevin Stefanski. I got a participation trophy that's legitimately an award I won because going into the year, everyone thought I sucked, and I surprised them. So I made media folks the most wrong. Same thing with Jim Schwartz, the assistant coach of the year in the NFL. Texans took them both down. How about that? So, guys, Houston is officially a football town once again. And if you don't think that is the case, well, I mean, first off, are you even from here like me? And second, you just don't know ball. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. We are live by Radio Row, our last day in a non-handicapped stall. Bathroom right outside. We had to change bathrooms again. This one a little less stinky. Still getting the great CGI work in here. We may have a former president on the show a little bit later. We may have on a guy who just did arguably the most controversial interview of the year on a little bit later. And of course, we have Sean Mapes. And Sean, how excited are you to just see the Houston Texans doing what needed to be done at last night's NFL Honors?
What they do that needed to be done?
They needed to win something.
Okay.
They did it. They pulled it off.
They didn't do anything last night specifically.
They could have. I mean,
they just sat there and clapped and then walked up and got an award.
D'Amico probably could have taken the award from Kevin Stefanski because Kevin's a short fellow.
Yeah.
It would have been fun to see D'Amico just go WWE, go upstage and say, "My name's John Cena," and just drop Kevin Stefanski on the ground.
Comes in with a suitcase. I thought that last night, not just with C.J. Stroud, not just with Will Anderson winning the award, but with also Andre Johnson making the Hall of Fame. Because like you, I thought that was the most unlikely. I thought that Andre Johnson would get in the Hall of Fame eventually. Every year, I'm just like, oh, probably not this year. Like,
right.
It's just not how it works. And so for him to make the Hall of Fame, like you said, it really does feel like, and this is kind of sad considering they've been a franchise for almost 25 years now, is that the Houston Texans have officially arrived as a real NFL team.
We finally have something in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
You have a Hall of Fame, and you owned a night where they're honoring all the all the top performers from the season. And you, like you said, you have the 2 rookies of the year, and you have the same amount of voting points, but less first place votes for Coach of the Year. But the guy who won Coach of the Year lost head to head to your guy.
Shaquem Olajuwon versus David Robinson again.
So it really does feel like it's the Texans are you actually have to take them seriously as a team now, because even as a Texans fan, I was always well, there's kind of what the Texans do in the AFC South, and then there's the NFL where they hand out the Lombardi Trophy. That's kind of a separate thing. No, this is they're a real deal Holyfield team now.
I agree. Now, you got to make sure that you don't go New York Jets the next season, but I do feel pretty safe thinking that's not going to be the case. Really funny to see the other NFL headline yesterday. Woody Johnson, owner of the New York Jets, says, "Yeah, last year was unacceptable." Oh, really? Well, everybody's back. So how unacceptable really was it when Robert Saleh's back, Nathaniel Hackett, who's the frat bro of Aaron Rodgers, is back, Aaron Rodgers is back, and you're blaming it on Zach Wilson? We didn't have a backup quarterback. Oh, isn't that on their GM, Joe Douglas, who also was still employed? Dumbass organization.
Who, by the way, drafted the guy who isn't the backup quarterback.
Right. Drafted Mekhi Becton. I mean, lots of things going on with them. So you don't want to be the New York Jets next season, but I feel pretty safe believing that the Texans aren't going to turn into the Jets over the course of the next calendar year. But I am very happy, specifically most happy for Andre Johnson. Johnson is one of the first really good players that I covered while working in this city. Obviously, J.J. Watt, he took things to the next level in his second season with the Texans. Andre Johnson was hurt much of the 2011 season when I first arrived here in town. I think he suffered a hamstring injury or something like that. That's really one of the impressive things about the 2011 Texans is they dealt with a lot of injuries. Mario Williams was out for the majority of the year. Andre Johnson was out for a significant portion of time, and they still end up making the playoffs with third-string quarterback and almost winning a playoff game with a third-string quarterback. Honestly, it really was pretty close, even though TJ Yates did throw 3 interceptions. They had 2 chances in the last 2 minutes to potentially tie the game up. So Johnson's the first player that I really saw excel, and getting to see some of his games firsthand was truly special. There's one highlight that I want to play. This is my favorite Andre Johnson memory. I'm sure a lot of people are going to talk about Cortland Finnegan and how Andre beat the hell out of him. But my favorite Andre Johnson memory was in this game, November 19th of 2012, between the Texans and Jaguars. The Texans at the time were 8-1. The Jaguars at the time were 1-8. So you're thinking, with the way the Texans were playing, they were going to kill them. But no, this was one of those weird, what the hell is going on games. Chad Henne had 16 completions, and it was for about 350 yards and 4 touchdowns. Justin Blackmon, remember him? Massive NFL bust. His entire career came against the Texans in this game. He had, I think, 230 yards receiving. But Andre Johnson really went off. He had 14 catches for a career-high 273 yards, helping Matt Schaub throw for 522 yards and 5 touchdowns. What? Yes, that happened. And he walked the game off with this catch and run on a screen pass down the right sideline.
A score of any kind wins it. Double screen to Johnson. Andre Johnson. Here he goes. Touchdown to cap a brilliant day.
It's crazy how loud that game was. That was the last time, honestly, outside of maybe a couple of moments in 2014, where it was truly loud at NRG Stadium. We finally got a little bit of that back towards the end of this past season. So, guys, Houston's a football town again. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On the table for today's show before Super Bowl 58, live from a bathroom stall by Radio Row in Las Vegas, Nevada. Your favorite Andre Johnson memory? We can also talk about Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, the big game. We are expecting a former president at some point. We are expecting a controversial interviewer at some point. But up next, Houston, definitely a football town right now. But the Astros did have something to say about it yesterday. They're introducing something that I feel like is going to give you a dark blue and orange jolt of energy. What is it? Stick around. Paul Gallant Show.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Houston's a football town, guys. You know why? A former Houston Texans coach is among the many winners after last night's NFL honors. C.J. Stroud, almost unanimous Rookie of the Year. Will Anderson, Defensive Rookie of the Year. Andre Johnson, Hall of Famer. D'Amico Ryans should have been Coach of the Year, but he got one less first place vote than Kevin Stefanski, who he mollywopped in the playoffs. Bobby Slowick got to go to the show. But now, former Houston Texans head coach Bill O'Brien is the head coach of one of the most prestigious schools when it comes to football in the Northeast. Because there's three. Boston College. You know what? He can be among the Massholes. He can run free as a head coach. Will he be a head coach in the NFL again? I don't know. I wish him well, truly. This is probably going to be a very low-pressure job for him because there aren't really expectations attached to Boston College. As someone who used to live there, no one really cares about Boston College athletics. But hey, one of the literally 4 schools in the Northeast that have a Division I football team. I'm not counting Pennsylvania as the Northeast. It's Syracuse, it's Army, it's Boston College.
Rutgers.
No, they're New Jersey. That's technically not the Northeast either.
Oh, wow.
No, that's like kind of like mid-Atlantic. UConn football. They made it to the BCS Bowl.
Once.
Right.
12 years ago.
And they got killed, but they made it.
Lost by 70.
It's so funny how terrible college football in the Northeast is. It really is. And
it's insane. It's honestly
it's
like
so
insane.
bad. It's so bad.
There's no reason it should be this bad.
I've had conversations with my friends that live down here who are more Texas fans or Texas A&M fans, and they say like, "Well, people who like the NFL didn't grow up around good college football." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, that's true, but I mean, it's not like you really grew up around great college football, you who went to Texas A&M, person I'm talking to." So, I mean, like, congratulations on getting into your second choice.
90s. They're good in the 90s.
Right. When you were alive, right? And,
well, not me.
I was barely alive. Yeah, it is interesting, though, how the Northeast is just so bad at college football. But, hey, Bill O'Brien, there's going to be no expectations attached to that job.
I'm kind of upset that he's not, speaking about the expectations, that he's not going to be the Ohio State OC, which, by the way, whatever happened to commitments?
That's true.
Kids these days.
He's pulling a Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
Remember when Cliff Kingsbury was USC offensive coordinator after getting fired and then became the Cardinals head coach somehow, despite sucking at Texas Tech?
Yeah. Oh,
with Patrick effing Mahomes?
At least Cliff Kingsbury traded up in the world. He became he went from a college coach or a college head coach to a college offensive coordinator to a NFL head coach. Bill O'Brien's arguably taking a step down, being the Boston College head coach, as opposed to Ohio State offensive coordinator.
But hey, here's the thing. Would you want to be the Alabama offensive coordinator who never won a national title and the Patriots offensive coordinator who never won a Super Bowl, and on top of that, then go to Ohio State, who, no offense, we do like the Ohio State fans now that because C.J. Stroud's doing well, but no offense, Ohio State fans aren't exactly the most rational fan base. Would you want that job or a job at Boston College where no one cares? I would want the job where no one cares.
I just thought
you could be Pat Fitzgerald there for years, assuming nobody goes, quote, ogre mode, end quote, in the locker room. Shrek mode, my bad. It was Shrek mode. Yeah.
I mean, Shrek is an ogre, so I can see where it's a Kleenex tissue kind of mistake. I just thought that Bill O'Brien had that dog in him, but I guess he doesn't.
He just wants to go home.
That is a big thing. He is going home.
He's a sailor, paid, and he lost his leg climbing up the topsail. He lost his leg.
He's always wanted to be. You've mentioned this. He always wanted to, eventually coach in New England. Of course, you're talking about he wanted to be the head coach of the New England Patriots, not the head coach of Boston College, but still pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can go to Patriots games.
Right.
On Sundays if he's not busy.
He can. A texter says, I see people in the Northeast protect the Northeast the way Southern people protect places that are the South. Yes, 100%. 100%. I picked Pennsylvania is like mountains and Philadelphia. It's not the Northeast. It's not. And I think Pennsylvania is more half part of West Virginia and half part of like Delaware /
Mid-Atlantic.
Baltimore / DC. Right. Yeah, exactly. It's not the Northeast. It's not. There are two cities that are more north and east of them.
So it's like basically New York City and up is Northeast.
That's what I think, at least. Right. That'll probably be a controversial take.
That probably will be.
That's how I feel.
But it is a lot like defining what the South is, and it gets very messy very
It
quick.
does, right, because where in Florida is the border? Is it Tampa Bay?
Tampa's the border.
Right? And then when you go west, is it not the South? Is Louisiana part of the South, or is Louisiana?
Yeah.
That's the real tricky one.
Because Texas is definitely Texas.
Texas is Texas. Louisiana is almost like the buffer zone, and I feel like Louisiana should be separate from the South, even though a lot of people would argue that it's the South.
I think New Orleans is New Orleans, and Texas is Texas.
Is Arkansas the South?
Yes, Arkansas is the South.
I don't know.
Arkansas doesn't get to be Arkansas as Arkansas.
Arkansas.
That's where I draw the line. Louisiana gets to be Louisiana. Texas gets to be Texas. Arkansas, you're part of the South, buddy.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like they're part of Oklahoma and Kansas because it's Arkansas, and I feel like they're more like okay, fine. They're the South. There's so many advertisers like, come go on vacation in Arkansas.
There is a lot of.
I'll pass.
Yeah,
I'll pass.
I don't care how many drone shots you have of a hot spring. I'm good.
I'm okay. I don't need to go here. Live by Radio Row in a bathroom stall. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Zach asks, Paul, would you say the Browns are a top 5 rivalry for the Texans with all the trades and games? No, I feel like they're our brothers, right? Eskimo brothers, maybe?
Expansion bros.
Right. I mean, both have had a little Brock Osweiler experience. Both have had a little Deshaun Watson experience. As you said, Sean, expansion bros on top of that. I feel like they've had they've had football teams leave them, like stolen from them. I think they're more our brothers than rivals, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, the Texans, it's tough for the rivalry side of things because it's the Cowboys who are, because they're Dallas and you only play them every 4 years, although they are playing next year. And then you have, I guess, the Colts, even though, the Peyton Manning years, it wasn't
pretty
much
one-sided.
It wasn't much of a rivalry.
That's not a rivalry.
It was pigeon versus statue for a while.
It's really just the Titans. I can't take the Jaguars seriously.
The Jags are another one I see as brothers in arms of like, hey, we're both the least serious NFL team.
It'd be fun if someone took us seriously. Yeah, but like, there's no one that lives in Jacksonville. Jacksonville's a really it's big in terms of physical size, but in terms of population, it's in the South, right?
It is a southern town.
It's technically, I mean, most people in Florida would say, it's kind of Alabama. You know, That's why the Floribama Shore existed. And it's funny because Jacksonville's closer to Georgia, but you'd be basically like, Alabama, Georgia, what's the difference? We're in Florida. What is geography anyway? Favorite memories of Andre Johnson? A text from the 361. One of my favorite memories of Andre Johnson. Every year during Christmas, he would always have shopping sprees for children in need. That's from Austin. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was actually a truly very cool thing that you would see every single year. Somebody else texted in him beating the hell out of Cortland Finnegan. Yeah, I mean that one's obvious.
Those are two good back-to-back ones too.
Right.
Him, in the community with the presence.
Mm-hmm.
Also, when he beat up a cornerback.
Yeah. Do you want to play the audio of that?
Yeah, let's do
the best part about the audio of
couple
this
good shots in there
is Dan Fouts trying to not get excited about Andre Johnson beating the bejesus out of a defensive back.
And Ward leaning forward. Flags come down. Oh, there's punching now.
Yeah, Finnegan and Andre Johnson going after it. Both of their helmets were ripped off. Finnegan gets the first shot, then gets his helmet knocked off. He takes off Johnson, and now Johnson is going to get a couple of good shots in there, or bad shots, if you will. And they're both gone, as well they should be.
As well they should be. That's
cleanup.
It
was a nice cleanup after saying bad shotted.
That's like, that's like when the teacher has to break up a fight, and he was like, that was not a bad fight, but it's bad, guys.
It's bad.
It's bad.
It's
well
bad.
they should be.
You had good form, but this is bad.
Yeah. Wow.
It really connected.
Was that Muay Thai? All right.
Hey, we did tease that Houston still could be a baseball town. Did you see the Astros slogan for 2024? #relentless. That's better than Ready to Rain. Ready to Rain was kind of lame.
Yeah.
Also, Level Up was lame, too.
Connor and Beard were going through it, and really, the more words that you have in it, the worse your slogan is.
Right.
Going through, old ones. Because there's some from, the 2000s where it was legitimately a sentence. It was 5 words long. It's that is terrible.
We might have to go back through some of those because I honestly just didn't start paying attention to the Astros made the playoffs in 2015. So,
yeah, that's
well. Listen, I'm honest.
Yeah,
I'm honest about it. Some of you people aren't honest. You're like, I was watching the Astros in 2012. Oh, you didn't kill yourself? I don't believe you. That's
well, considering they're getting zeros, I find it.
Yeah,
I find it hard to believe.
I don't think you're a real person.
Yeah, I do. I like Relentless. I don't know. I really liked. What was it? Was it Take It Back? That was a good one.
Yeah, Take It Back was
few
good.
Years ago.
Yeah, I like that one. We'll think of some other ones.
Earned History was very funny for 2017. When you think about it,
it did not age great for others.
The haters can have some fun with that.
Aged great for us, though.
Yeah.
I do think it's pretty funny to have that.
It's just a funny one to have.
It's the history was earned. We earned it because we tried a little bit harder.
Yeah, tried harder.
There's a little more effort that was put into it by the
Better
Astros.
at it.
Right, exactly. You should have put more effort into it. He's Sean Apes. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next, we go to the 10-minute drill. In the 10-minute drill, before Super Bowl 58, we've got another rich 49ers excuse. And Brock Purdy, he just remains boring. And everything else that happened on NFL Honors Night. Last night, Paul Gallant Show, live by Radio Row in a bathroom stall. We would never use the handicap stall. Stick around.
live by Radio Row in a bathroom stall. Super Bowl 58 right around the corner, and the 49er excuses are piling up. By the way, they're still 2-point favorites in the Super Bowl. So earlier in the week, you probably saw a story about the 49ers being frustrated with their practice field. Well, now they're frustrated about something else. 7 minutes before George Kittle's 6:10 a.m. alarm was set to go off, he and the rest of his 49ers teammates were jarred awake by something else. The fire alarm at the team's hotel on the outskirts of Las Vegas. Kittle jumped out of bed, walked into his bathroom, writes Nick Wagner of ESPN, closed the door, and waited there for the next 18 minutes until the noise stopped. Nobody was forced to evacuate. Engineers at the hotel said it was a false alarm. But not every Niner was as about the disturbance as Kittle. Christian McCaffrey and Nick Bosa are considered the grumpiest because of the early wake-up call. Said McCaffrey, who didn't believe the alarm was set off by accident, quote, "I think there's no way it's random. It's part of it. It's just more wood thrown on the fire." Here's the thing. This alarm did not go off at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. It went off 7 minutes before George Kittle was going to wake up. Here's Nick Bosa bitching and moaning. These losers, they're going to get killed on Sunday. Quote, "I'm sure somebody did it. It kind of reminded me of Philly when they had this construction going on outside. It was early in the morning, and they were like demolishing a bridge right outside of our hotel. We haven't had the best luck, but no excuses." Then what the F is this? What is this? Go back to your alternative conspiracy theories, Nick and Christian. You got up 8 minutes early. I'm getting up earlier than you. I'm not playing in a Super Bowl. I woke up at 5 this morning. I wake up at 5 just about every single morning. What are you doing? Am I built different? I get 5 hours of sleep a night, and I still come in with energy every single day. And these, can't say that word, these losers are whining about waking up 7 minutes early. Chiefs by 100. 100-0. They're going to win on Sunday.
Yes. If it was at 4:05 a.m., they would at least have a leg to stand on.
Right.
In fact, it's at 6:05.
Shut your mouth.
6:05. Not a crazy time to wake up. Again, George Kittle's alarm is at whatever 6:15.
And you know why I like George Kittle? Because Kittle didn't care. But the McCaffrey,
yes, because he's like, it's 10 minutes early. I can make it.
The two guys making like $20 million a year are like, oh, I have to get up 7 minutes early. You suck. You just suck. I'm out. So out on the Niners. I'm so sick of them. I can't believe I'm like firmly on the Chiefs bandwagon right now. They just are annoying whiners. They got Kyle Shanahan like probably spying on them to make sure that they got up while the fire alarm went off. There's an article in The Athletic about how he's got cameras everywhere. I mean, good God. And then you got Brock Purdy who can't roll with a joke about looking like Lee Harvey Oswald. We have some Purdy stories today. Kyle Shanahan said Brock Purdy's had a hell of a week at practice. Oh, on the soft practice field that you guys have been crying about all week? Another story. This is from Matt Rule. Remember him? Former Panthers head coach. He found his way back into the news cycle, smock and all. Matt Rule says that he wanted to put Brock Purdy on his draft board with the Panthers, but that he was vetoed. Does this count as Bill Polian saying that he had a first-round grade on Tom Brady?
Yes, it 100% counts.
What? Matt, no one cares, dude. Focus on Nebraska.
He was the last pick of the draft. Like,
right.
Like you
I wanted him on my board. Oh, a board of like, what, 100 people probably?
Probably more.
Yeah.
He was, what, Purdy was like the 230th pick. So it was, God. You couldn't slip him in the 212s?
Couldn't do it. This is 100% a guy trying to get a little sympathy because I had to work for Dave Tepper too, and it was hard. Like, okay, what was Did Dave Tepper kick you in the nuts and say, no, you can't put Brock Purdy on the board? Like, shut up.
Yeah, and he's also a guy, now he's at Nebraska, he's the head coach of Nebraska, so he's trying to get a little bit of like, hey, listen, I know talent.
I know talent when I see it. That's
especially from the heartland.
To their credit, they've actually done all right in recruiting, from what I understand this offseason.
Yeah, they've done all right.
Yeah,
they have a 5-star.
It's better than years past, right? They got that one guy.
I mean, his uncle's on the coaching staff, and his dad went there,
so they better have gotten that.
Yeah, I know. I don't give you all the credit in the world for getting that guy.
I also think that Matt Rule wanted to put him on the draft board in very Bill O'Brien fashion because he went up. Rule did, I think, against Iowa State and Purdy twice.
He probably played him at Baylor. Yeah,
right.
That's right.
Right. So that's probably why.
Man, this guy's awesome.
And that doesn't always work out with putting a guy that kicked your ass on your big board.
Doc Rivers did the same thing when he was the head coach and GM of the Clippers. It was just like a rotating cast of guys from the 2000s that were awesome.
O'Brien really had a pants 10 over Chris Polk, Bang Bang Chicken and the Shrimp. If you watched Hard Knocks in 2015, the new head coach of the Boston College Eagles, Bill O'Brien, was very big into Chris Polk because Polk had a good game with the Eagles against the Texans the year before. And there's this scene where they're showing O'Brien talking with Rick Smith, general manager of the Texans. By the way, saw Rick Smith at the Houston Sports Awards. Should have said hi. They were talking with one another, and O'Brien's got like a golf club in his hand, and he's talking about Chris Polk. And I just remember watching to myself, is he going to threaten Rick with this golf club?
He's going to kneecap him right here in front of HBO cameras.
Yeah. You know, a little Irish mob justice. How about that? All right, continuing to go to Brock Purdy stories. Brock Purdy was asked about the 49ers nearly taking a shot on Tom Brady. And my God, this guy's just so boring. Obviously, they were doing what was best for the team and trying to get a guy and make sure there was stability within the organization at quarterback. And I don't blame him for that. So that's just the way it was. At the time, there was some uncertainty when I was going to be back and everything. For me, there was that little chip on my shoulder. It was, all right, if he does come, I'll compete, but he is the GOAT. You've got to learn from him if that's the case. But the competitive side of it was, hey, man, we were just one game away from the Super Bowl. I just got hurt. I could be the guy for this team. Sorry, Tom Brady does not care about your injuries. Tom Brady stepped in famously for a guy who got injured. And honestly, I feel like Brock was a little bit defeatist there. You can't beat out a 45-year-old man?
Yeah.
Can we get a little flair from you there? Like, yeah, it's annoying, but hey, I got a job to do, and that's in the past.
Or even I get it. I was the last pick in the draft. I'm probably not high in their, last season. I probably wasn't high in their, on the depth chart, or like, well, we can't bring in a quarterback. We have Brock Purdy. No, I get why they were like, right. Hey, we have the greatest quarterback of all time maybe available. I would understand if I was Brock Purdy. Like, yeah, he's Tom effing Brady.
If Purdy throws 3 interceptions on Sunday, is Kirk Cousins going to be the quarterback of the 49ers next year? Everyone has jumped off the criticizing Brock Purdy bandwagon. I'm sorry. I'm digging in. We're building a wall here.
Because now, I think part of it is because during the season, people aren't watching like every throw that he makes in a random 4:30 game against the Cardinals. Now, the last 2 games that he's played, people are actually watching him play.
It's been
he's thrown to defensive back a lot.
He's not that dissimilar from Jimmy Garoppolo, which 49ers fans will hate to admit.
He's a little more decisive, and he has some legs. Other than that, he's Jimmy Garoppolo.
He was 4th in the NFL honors for MVP. He was 4th. Wow. Number 1, Lamar Jackson. He wins it the second time. Dak Prescott, number 2. Christian McCaffrey, 3. Purdy, 4. Josh Allen, 5.
And Josh Allen
got CJ Stroud.
And Josh Allen got a first place vote. He got the one he got the one first place vote that Lamar didn't get.
Imagine if Sean McDermott before the season had told Josh Allen about the Ukraine and the Hamas and how Russia was in the right and about how like violence against children is fine. Imagine if that had happened. Would Josh Allen have that? I don't know, but those are Sean McDermott's motivational tactics in Buffalo. They won all those games after that story came to light. Like they won 6 in a row. So, I mean, come on, guys. It does work. It's probably like, wait, what? Wow, I'm motivated by this?
It's the second time it's rallied the troops.
Oh, God. Comeback player of the year, Joe Flacco beat Damar Hamlin despite playing 6 games. This is not controversial. Damar Hamlin didn't do anything last year.
Damar Hamlin,
except for wasn't there's some sort of, he did the heart hands emoji, which he stole from Taylor Swift, but also there was
the fake punt.
Right, like the only time we saw Damar Hamlin this year, it was a fake punt that got blown up.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Joe Flacco only played 6 games. Damar Hamlin was only on the active roster for 5.
Great counterpoint.
Yeah, so I mean it is funny that's like, hey, he died on the field and came back, but I also
Not
get
enough.
it. Like Joe Flacco was pretty good. Like
I saw a tweet, Sean, from Cherian Williams, who's a writer for Pro Football Talk. Damar Hamlin came back from the dead, but that wasn't enough for him to win comeback player. He apparently needed to wait 3 days until he rose from the dead to impress the 8 voters who left him off their ballot. See, here's the thing with the comeback player of the year. I think you should have to play and have to actually compete. And I get it. Like, what happened on the field was awful. It really was. I mean, they stopped the game for it. But, hey, Flacco coming out of nowhere and having a great finish to the season for the Browns, which is the reason Stefanski won Coach of the Year. And I kind of get Stefanski winning Coach of the Year. I don't think that's that controversial. I don't think this is that controversial. We discussed this in the moment. We were like, wait, Hamlin's going to win this by default? Like, Flacco's been awesome. Flacco should have won it. He's a quarterback. It's all about the quarterback.
comeback player of the year is a quarterback award, folks.
Also, I really liked hearing Joe Flacco on Pardon My Take. I like Flacco now. It was very fun to hear from him. He was a very down-to-earth dude. I liked it. Just like me earlier in the segment, he actually did drop a P-bomb in that. It was great. More thoughts coming from NFL Honors Night. In addition to Andre Johnson getting into the Hall of Fame, Julius Peppers, Dwight Freeney, Syracuse, what's up? Patrick Willis, and Devin Hester get inducted into the Hall of Fame. So Andre's the only offensive player. The seniors elected Randy Gradishar and Steve McMichael, who played for the Chicago Bears, says ALS. Awful that he had to wait this long to get elected. But, hey, he got in. We said Stefanski won it over D'Amico Ryans for Coach of the Year. C.J. Stroud is Offensive Rookie of the Year. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Will Anderson. Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett. Assistant Coach of the Year, Jim Schwartz. No love for Bobby Slowick. None. Mike McDonald second. Ben Johnson third. I got to say, McDonald should have been first. What are we doing here? Right? I get it. Like, Jim Schwartz was the Browns' defense. The Browns' defense was good, but I feel like the Browns' defense has a lot of talent.
Yes, if Stefanski gets credit for, hey, they had 4 different starting quarterbacks, or no, 5, but one was the last game of the season. Didn't matter. Not Cody Kessler. Who was? They had one random guy in Week 18, but Stefanski. Look how many quarterbacks he had to go through. It's like, well, it's because the defense was so good. The defense was good because it had Myles Garrett, who, by the way, won Defensive Player of the Year, and a ton of other dudes on it. Did Jim Schwartz really do that much? Like, it seemed like it was a lot of just, hey, let the awesome guys make awesome plays. Yeah, I would have been okay. I would have been okay with either McDonald or Ben Johnson.
He is Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next, we didn't even talk about this yesterday, but this is the biggest story surrounding Super Bowl week, and it is live from Radio Row in a bathroom stall. I do believe we've got a couple of feet stepping in the stall to the side of us. We'll see who is joining us next. I think you're going to like it. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Live by Radio Row in Las Vegas, Nevada, in a bathroom stall. Stick around.
Back to the Paul Gallant Show, coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The 48th annual Houston Fishing Show is coming to the George R. Brown Convention Center. It's February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day. I got a catch for you. It's you. Through Sunday, the 18th, everything for the fisherman. New rods, reels, lures. There will be continuous clinics by expert fishermen covering salt and freshwater fishing. I can't read. If you love to fish or just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 48th annual fishing show. Caller 3 to 713-780-3776, 713-780-ESPN. You win a pair of tickets. I've been looking for a catch. Do you think using a lure will help you find a significant other? Somebody who can be my wife, someone who can bear my children, someone who can take care of my cat when I go on vacations to tropical destinations. All things that we would like to see. But again, caller number 3. We're live by Radio Row from a non-handicapped stall. Super Bowl 58. Guys, the biggest story of Super Bowl 58 is not Patrick Mahomes and his pursuit of a third Super Bowl championship. It's not about Kyle Shanahan finally kicking the door down. It's not about Brock Purdy finally getting to play in a Super Bowl, winning a Super Bowl, being the latest drafted quarterback to win a Super Bowl, though technically Kurt Warner won it and he was undrafted, and that's kind of more impressive because he was a grocery store worker. Did you watch that movie with that one guy who was in the television show Chuck, where the football looked really bad, but hey, the movie wasn't really about the football as much as it was about the faith that Kurt Warner had? Like, it's not about those three. It's not about the excuses the San Francisco 49ers are making, though I kind of want it to be at this moment in time. It's not about Andy Reid and his attempt to break into the greatest coaches of all time conversation. It's also not about that one Chiefs fan who wore red and black and is now suing Deadspin. It's not about how the 49ers are incorrectly nicknamed because actually the California Gold Rush took place in 1848. It's not about the poor treatment of people who were building the transcontinental railroad who were treated horribly to help pave the way for these idiot 48ers who, went across the country looking for gold, and most of them found nothing. The real people who actually made money were the people that started, like general goods stores and stuff like that. No, guys, this Super Bowl, number 58, number 1 in our hearts, is all about the love between Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. It's time for another episode of Taylor Swift Watch 2024. Guys, we're only a couple of days away from this story hopefully being gone from our lives forever. I've been having fun with it. There's lots of funny stories every single day about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Like, for example, somebody feeling the need to put a top 30 list of celebrities who fly private jets. Taylor Swift, not one of them. You know who's number 1 among all celebrities who fly private jets?
Houston's own Travis Scott. Maybe, I don't know, use some of that money to pay the settlements of all the people that you had killed at your concert, but that's just a thought. Now he's killing the earth.
Right.
Thinking bigger. It starts with Houston. Now it's the world.
Seriously, he sucks, by the way. I don't understand the appeal. He's not talented. He's a fraud. And on top of that, like, I have seen nothing about settlements with the poor people that got trampled to death at his concert, which has had a massive problem with that. Whatever. Bringing it back to Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, love. Did you know that Travis Kelce heard some of Taylor's new album, even though it's top secret and unreleased? Did you know that multiple wedding venues, the Little White Wedding Chapel and Las Vegas Cannabis Weddings, have offered them a free place to get married? The Las Vegas Cannabis Weddings, you could get married in a grow house.
That's nice.
Yeah.
And it helps them out, because wedding venues, from what I hear, can be pretty expensive.
Very expensive, Sean.
They're offering it for free.
For free.
I don't know how you say no to that deal for
You can't.
Taylor and Travis.
You can't. And they're not saying no to Love, those two places. So shout out to them. Dude Wipes. Guys, they're launching ads inspired by Taylor and Travis. They're all over Vegas if you're out there. We've been seeing them. If you're living in the tortured TP department, welcome to the wet wiping era. Ha, get it? It's me. Hi, I'm the solution. It's me, not TP. That's another Dude Wipe ad.
They should sue. Taylor Swift should sue them.
I hope she does.
Because they're terrible. Not because I think whatever. It's just because they're bad.
Stop suing the person who's tracking your private jet and sue Dude Wipes. Another one. We love a clean tight end too.
That one's fine.
No, that one's not good either.
That one's better than the other ones.
The CBS broadcast, are we going to see shots of Taylor Swift? Jim Nantz told Dan Patrick there's not a single word said about how we're going to show her here, here, and here on the broadcast, but a CBS Sports producer claimed otherwise, saying it's the big question about the game, huh?
I agree. I don't think it would be a situation where they're telling Jim Nantz that, like, hey, we're planning on, like, I don't know, 2 or 3. Depends on how many touchdowns Kelsey has. Like, they're probably not telling Romo and Nantz that, but they're definitely having the conversation in production meetings of, like, how many times is too many times.
And I would imagine Nantz, being the consummate professional and beloved Coug that he is.
Just roll with it.
No, I think Nantz is standing in there. Look, here's the thing. We've been having fun with this story, but this story is it officially needs to die after this question was asked of Travis Kelce by someone who was actually paid money to be a journalist, who probably is low-key dying inside, asking this question. This is rock bottom for Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce coverage.
Hey, Travis. Amy with the Los Angeles Times. The paper sent me here just to cover you and Taylor.
Okay.
Obviously, everyone is so captivated with your relationship. Some people have likened you to the American Royals because you're a football player and she's a pop star. Why do you think everyone's so fascinated with you two?
I think the values that we stand for, and just who we are as people. We love to shine light on others, shine light around the people that help and support us. And on top of that, I feel like we both have just a love for life.
Let's do the fun one first. I was wondering if you can help me complete this lyric here.
Oh my God.
Karma is the guy on the
Chiefs, of course.
Finish it. Coming straight.
I want to kill myself.
What's the second question?
Oh my God, I want to die. I'm sorry for what we've done. We've been having fun with this, and then I saw this clip and I was like, what have I done?
How is the answer not like, well, she's the most famous woman alive, and I am one of the greatest tight ends of all time? That's why people are obsessed with this, is because she has a lot of fans, and I play on national TV
because he
kind of
sucks. He kind of sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen he had a reality TV show where he was dating
what was it,
people from
Love
every
or
single
something?
state. Yeah, it was like Catching Love. You've heard him do his, you gotta fight for your right to party. Like, he sucks.
He did that at the AFC Championship game.
Of course he did.
I thought there was a chance he didn't do it because Taylor Swift was there. I can't imagine that Taylor Swift's probably like,
he wants to be Gronk so bad, and he's just not. He's just not.
he has to be himself.
His older brother is better at being himself. His older brother's tries to be himself. Travis Kelce speaks differently around different people. There's video evidence of that. So.
I wonder what voice he uses with Taylor Swift away from the camera.
I hope it's the shocker.
You don't think it's the one he uses when he talks to Chris Jones?
Dude.
We only do have what?
This is it.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, Sunday is the big one. Sunday.
This is the last time we're going to talk about it.
Sunday's the last day we'll have to talk.
Honestly, Sean, I think because of that question, I think we're done talking about these two forever.
Not forever.
No, I think forever.
We've done it for ratings, but my God, you heard that exchange. That's the worst thing that's ever happened in journalism history. The LA Times is paying this dumb broad to go out here and ask Travis Kelce to sing a song and why they're so fascinated with them like they're the Royals.
Well,
the Royals? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? This is the United States of America.
And they're not related.
No, what were you about to say?
No,
what are you about to say?
I'm just saying right now we're in football season mode of if there's no reason to talk about Travis and Taylor Swift, we won't. I'm saying that I can already see a world in June or July where there's going to be some Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce story. We're going to have to talk about it. But I do think it will be at a more sustainable pace. It'll be at more of a tolerable pace.
I mean, listen, you got the dump button ready. You got it ready. I mean, fuck, man. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Jesus. Anyway, that's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That felt good. That felt good. It just dropped an F-bomb. That's nice. Purposeful F-bomb. We haven't done one in a while, okay? That wasn't even accidental.
Well, we haven't done a purposeful one before.
It's just...
Thanks, Vernon Maxwell.
I know, right? Was that why the dump button was invented? It's the Paul Gallant Show. Probably was. I can't even imagine when he was like interviewing him back in the day where you didn't have that. You're like, oh, well, this is live radio. Vernon, could you please stop it? Coming up next, Andre Johnson is a Hall of Famer. So it's awesome that Andre Johnson is a Hall of Famer because he's a Houston Texan. The Houston Texans finally in the Hall of Fame. But I have a kind of evil reason to be happy Andre got into the Hall of Fame. And we are live by Radio Row in a bathroom stall in Las Vegas. Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Paul Gallant Show, live from a bathroom stall.
by Radio Row in Las Vegas, Nevada. Things are starting to clear out. We do have a couple of guests that we think will be on the air at some point over the course of the next hour. We just had somebody come in to the stall with a metal detector. They frisked me, gotta say. I kind of liked it. So it's a nice little frisking. And it's because of one of the people that's going to be coming in here. And I'm not sure when that's happening. I think they want to keep us on our toes in case, we're planning something. But just stay tuned for a massive guest, the biggest guest that anyone got by Radio Row from Las Vegas all week long. But I want to talk about Andre Johnson being a Hall of Famer. So it's clearly awesome that he just got in because, the guy dealt with a lot. When he first joined the Texans in 2003, it was still the David Carr era. When he got Matt Schaub as starting quarterback, he finally had some really awesome seasons. 1,575 yards in 2008, 1,569 yards in 2009. He led the NFL in receptions in 2006 and 2008 with 103 and 115 apiece. He led the NFL in receiving yards in 2008 with 1,575 and in 2009 with 1,569. But not a lot of touchdowns, 51st all-time with 70, and played on a lot of teams that stunk. Didn't make the playoffs with the Texans until 2011 and 2012. Those are his two playoff runs with the Texans, where he played well. So I'm really happy for Andre because, one, the guy never bitched. He never complained. He had all the reason in the world to. And in a world where wide receivers like Stephon Diggs are complaining about being the receiver for Kirk Cousins and then the receiver for Josh Allen, Andre never complained at all. No Antonio Brown nonsense. Just think about all the diva wide receivers, whether on the field or off the field. And the only off-the-field story about Andre Johnson is this. Andre Johnson would do an annual Christmas drive for kids. He was quiet. When he spoke, people listened. I got to interview him in studio once with Sean Pendergast over at the Flagship. Obviously interviewed him numerous times when I was just a Texans beat reporter working over at the Flagship back in the day, too. I'm really happy for him, specifically because, Sean, I did not think he was going to get in last night.
Yeah, and like you said, with the other receivers, like the diva wide receivers, and Andre Johnson had no diva wide receiver in him whatsoever. He had 0% diva wide receiver. And
he punched a cornerback. Like, he beat the bleep out of a cornerback.
Yeah, and you don't even have to go with like modern examples of diva wide receivers. Like in the moment, at the time, people of his era.
Terrell Owens,
Randy Moss.
Late stage Keyshawn Johnson.
Late stage Chad Johnson. Like all of the great wide receivers
Joe
were divas.
Horn. Right. And look, sometimes it's entertaining, but it wears thin at a certain point. It never wore thin with Andre Johnson. So I'm happy about that. Now, something you said a moment ago about the lack of being a diva, there's something else that Johnson did that other receivers started to no longer do. Andre Johnson was a tough player. Andre Johnson wasn't the kind of guy who was going to drop into the fetal position after making a reception. One of the reasons that I'm super excited that Andre Johnson got in the Hall of Fame is because he got in the Hall of Fame over specifically two guys, Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt. Now, nothing against these two players who are Hall of Famers who deserve to eventually get in, but I just stylistically did not like the way that those two soft indoor teams played. I hated those Indianapolis Colts teams. I'm sure you did too. I hated those St. Louis Rams teams. Maybe you didn't hate them as much, but I just didn't like this fleet, finesse crap that was injected into football. Part of it has to do with the fact that I grew up a Patriots fan and I liked watching the Patriots bully teams like that. Stuff them in a locker, beat them up. But I hated how the rules were changed specifically for the Reggie Waynes and Torrey Holts of the world. You go back to the 03-04 AFC Championship game, a game where Peyton Manning completely melted down. He threw 4 interceptions. the Colts, led by, at the time, general manager Bill Polian, who was on the competition committee, complained to the league that the 5-yard contact rule, which hadn't really been enforced for years and years and years, needed to be enforced. This is the equivalent of, in basketball, all of a sudden, the hand check becoming illegal. So now all of a sudden you started seeing 5-yard contacts with just a little bit of shoving downfield between a defensive back and a receiver. And guys like Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne, who are both some of the best wide receivers of all time, but weren't maybe as good at getting off of physical corners, those guys benefited. And you saw just an absolute crazy jump in offensive numbers from that point on, and a massive decline in interceptions from that point on. People like to see big numbers, but football at its heart is a physical, violent, barbaric game, and the receivers like Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne, who'd catch passes and just drop into the fetal position or run out of bounds, and guys who were not physical enough to get through jams, like those guys are different kind of players than Andre Johnson. So I like that Johnson got in over those two. And you can make a case statistically for both both Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt being in over Andre. So Andre is right behind Reggie Wayne in two biggest categories he's got numbies in. He's 11th all-time in receptions with 1,062. Reggie Wayne has 1,070. Wayne's in 10th place. He's 11th. Wayne is 160 more receiving yards than Andre Johnson as well. Andre's got 14,185. I think Reggie Wayne, doing my math off the top of my head, is 365 or something like that. He's right behind Wayne in a couple of categories. And he's ahead of Torrey Holt in a couple of categories. Holt has 920 catches, 23rd all-time, 13,382 receiving yards all-time, which is 17th, 74 touchdowns. I know I'm throwing a lot of numbers at you, 42nd, but Holt played with Isaac Bruce. Bruce is someone that you probably don't think about a whole lot, but Isaac Bruce is 5th all-time in receiving yards. That guy was lined up across from Torrey Holt when the Greatest Show on Turf Rams were in their heyday. And Reggie Wayne was lined up across from Marvin Harrison, one of the top, I would say, 5 receivers of all time, 5th in catches, 5th in touchdown receptions all time. When you have somebody like that lined up across from you, even if it's not your fault that you have an incredible teammate that was helping you out a lot, you should not get in over the guy who was literally doing it on his own for the majority of his career. That's the big difference here. So I'm happy that Andre got in over those two because I think Andre had a more difficult situation that he was playing in. But at the same time, I also like that we're not rewarding soft, finesse football. Because that's the way that those guys played. I hate to say it, but if it comes at the expense of an Indianapolis Colt, I do not hate to see it. I love it. Love, love, love it. So Andre Johnson's a Hall of Famer, and that is the sneaky fun part about Andre getting in and Reggie Wayne not getting in. If Vanessa was doing the show with me right now, I think we would be yelling at each other. She was very upset about Reggie Wayne not getting in. And I showed a video of Eugene Wilson, a Patriots safety, decapitating Wayne in that same AFC Championship game where Manning threw 4 interceptions after dropping a pass that was thrown right to him. Right to him. Boom. Right off his head. And then Eugene Wilson killed him. To Wayne's credit, he got right up.
To his credit, he got.
He did get right up. You should watch the hit. I tweeted it out. Gallant says it's on my Twitter account. Tweeted it to Vanessa. I think Reggie Wayne probably saw it too because I didn't think I took Reggie Wayne out of the reply. But
oh yeah, because she tagged Reggie Wayne.
Yeah, I think I forgot to. But Wilson killed him. Wilson killed him.
The idea that Reggie Wayne, the day after he doesn't make the Hall of Fame, and he goes on his phone, he says he sees the Rockets sideline reporter giving him some love, and he's like, yeah. You know what? I did change the hearts and minds of a lot of people. And then,
you did.
Wait, who's this replying to her with the video of me getting decapitated?
Yeah, it's a Patriots fan.
Yeah.
Some Colts fan was like, "Oh, you're an asshole." And I was like, "Yeah, that's right. I own you. I own you. Go bitch about deflated balls, you losers. Do it again, please, please." Andrew Luck wasn't even that good, and he left you because he hated it. He hated playing for Jim Irsay, who thankfully is still alive. More comments. Andre's a great example, says Lone Ranger 614, of stats not telling the whole story. The contested catches he would make and the after the catch yards that he had were unbelievable. He was a complete wide receiver, really was. The physicality is something that is underrated with him. But also, I mean, he could just sneak deep downfield. There are some, and Collins is a bigger player, but there are some similarities between he and Nico Collins, stylistically. I wouldn't say that they're like super close.
Yeah, like
Collins is huge.
The
Collins is
physical,
6'4".
it doesn't really work.
But
yeah,
in terms of like, oh, wow, wait, he's this fast? Wow, he snuck by
Yeah.
the entire defense. Collins has that element with him, and Collins is very good after the catch, maybe even better than Andre Johnson after the catch. Collins after the catch is an incredible runner.
yeah.
But again, there's
Collins is a
one
little
good
bit
year.
faster.
One good year. You know, Andre made the Hall of Fame. do you want to clarify
Yeah.
that? One good year.
Andre Johnson was better than Nico Collins.
Way better.
Kids out there, if you think Nico Collins was good,
I'll slap you.
let me tell you.
Yeah, exactly. I'll slap you if you think that. Sorry. I'd have to. It would be a cold slap of reality. Paul Gallant Show, we are live by Radio Row. A couple of big guests this hour. Stick around.
Live from a bathroom stall on Radio Row in Las Vegas, it's Paul Gallant.
By the way, guys, we're making listening and watching your favorite sports radio station even easier thanks to the ESPN Houston YouTube channel, which you can listen and watch anywhere and everywhere. Subscribe, like the video, leave a comment. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town, now live on YouTube and on Twitch. Now, you might be looking at this and thinking to yourself, Paul, the green screen technology you have from this bathroom stall by Radio Row in Las Vegas is really impressive. It is. And you're probably going to be a little frustrated that this incredible video technology is not going to be able to include the guest who's about to join me. Guys, this is the most important guest in the history of the Paul Gallant Show. I think a lot of you probably believe, as possibly gay libcuck from Seattle, that I maybe wouldn't like this guy. But no, I will do anything for radio ratings, as evidenced by our Dallas Cowboys segment and our Taylor Swift segment. So, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see him on camera, but this is, as I've said before, one, the most important guest in the history of the Paul Gallant Show, and two, the most important guest in the history of Gal Media, whether it was 1560, the 1,000 different national radio stations that we've had under our umbrella, and, of course, ESPN first 97.5 and then ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me now on the HR&P guest line is none other than the man himself, a man who once, by himself, created an empire and then created another empire in reality TV. And then on top of that, became the president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Thank you so much for coming into this bathroom stall, and after your Secret Service frisked me down, sitting on the toilet paper holder. I know it's not the best, but I really appreciate you joining this show.
Well, Paul Gallant, you're a football legend, and I've always wanted to be on your show.
It's really awesome to hear a legend recognizing another legend, Mr. Trump. Now, there's a lot of controversy over something that happened at the NFL Honors Awards. And I mean, you're no stranger to controversy. After all, there are many who still believe that the 2020 election had something nefarious going on behind the scenes. Some people are saying that today about Kevin Stefanski winning Coach of the Year over D'Amico Ryans. I mean, Stefanski had one more first-place vote than D'Amico, but at the same time, they had the same amount of total points towards winning Coach of the Year. Mr. Trump, what are your thoughts on the NFL Coach of the Year award snubbing D'Amico Ryans?
Well, Paul, I think it's absolutely crazy that Kevin Stefanski won over D'Amico Ryans. Stefanski looked like Sleepy Joe Biden against Ryans in that playoff game, and that was despite having an elite quarterback in Joe Flacco. Really, when you think about it, the Browns crumbled like Ukraine against my friend Vladimir Putin.
That is true, and interesting that you mentioned old Pooty, because someone who interviewed him might be joining the show a little bit later. I think a friend of yours. But hey, I'm glad that we have the President of the United States, rightful President, 713-780-3776. I'm glad that we had you stop by. I know this isn't like the way that we wanted to do the interview. We would have preferred to do this in the Gallant Media Studios back in Houston. But thank you so much for stepping in this stall with me, President Trump. I really appreciate your time.
Everyone knows the Paul Gallant Show is the best FM sports radio show from 10 to noon in Houston. You are a golden god, handsome, and certainly not gay. The straightest man there is. I love you.
I love you too. there you go. And now he's off. So we'll see if he is on any other shows. But I got to say, Sean, this is the greatest thing that we've ever done. I don't think I can ever really do better in radio than what we just did here. I mean, we just had a president on the show, a controversial one too.
Yeah, agree with his politics, disagree with his politics. I mean, this to have a former president on the show, it's so big. I mean, so big for both of our careers.
Right,
and
exactly.
It's really
you did a great job booking him.
Yeah, no problem. Had to chase him down, like you said. Secret Service, very thorough with the pat down.
A little too thorough.
Yeah, you know.
One of them seemed to like the
one
patting
of them had
down.
an earring on his left ear. But anyway.
I didn't notice that. That explains a lot.
It might have been an earpiece, but I thought it dangled a little bit. But anyway, this really is, I mean, it has to be the top moment of both of our careers.
It is. It is. And, well, I'm glad that didn't happen. That would have sucked, right?
Yeah, it would have been. It's already a little embarrassing.
Yeah, we'll tap on the door. Hey, guy next door, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Maybe
you
a
for holding
courtesy
it in.
flush next time, too.
Well, you could tell he was holding that a lot of things in there.
It's been
now
a
he's
rough
washing
week.
his hands.
It's been a rough week outside of Radio Row.
Well, hey, listen, you haven't had to smell this. It smells like garlic. Maybe a little carrots to my right. So we were very appreciative of President Trump's time. That'll be on the Paul Gallant Show podcast. 713-780-3776 to call and to text. And listen, whether you like him or hate him, whether you think he's a threat to democracy. Is that him using the toilet now? I don't. Did he just run out? He just scampered out? What's going on? I'm in a stall. I don't know what's going on.
This filet of fish just ran right through him after the interview.
I wouldn't have taken him as a filet of fish guy. Wouldn't feel like he would go to Smith and Walensky. He's only Smith and Walensky kind of guy. Is there one of those in Vegas? Anyway, look, whether you like him or don't like, you think he's a criminal or a hero. Like, listen, he said the right thing about D'Amico Ryan's getting snubbed there. And those two, Ebony and Ivory, they can stand together on a lot of things, just like the Crips and the Bloods holding up the bandana together. That I think they're both in agreement that he was robbed here. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in as well to the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to join? You can join live on YouTube at ESPN Houston, a brand spanking new YouTube channel, and on Twitch. Let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. I don't know if you guys are doing on Sunday. We're having a Super Bowl party in Midtown, and I'm going to be there, and you should be there. And you know what I'm going to be drinking when I'm there? I'm going to be drinking some Pendleton whiskey, a premium whiskey, born in the great American West at one of the oldest rodeos in North America, the Pendleton Roundup. The legacy of the American Cowboys forged into every single Pendleton bottle. And this is delicious stuff. It's barrel-aged in American oak. It's cut with glacier-fed spring water from Oregon's Mount Hood, and it's made with the finest northern grains. You blend it all together, you get an uncommonly smooth, rich taste and complex flavor. You talk about that true Western tradition. What is true Western tradition? Well, it's living boldly. It's never losing sight of the values you believe in and tasting the moment wherever you may be. Satisfy your inner cowboy. Purchase a bottle of Pendleton whiskey wherever you go and get your liquor, or at Drizzly. Pendleton whiskey, it's true Western tradition.
Back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and your favorite 10 to noon sports talk host, Paul Gallant. Give him hell, Paulie.
Big thanks to President Donald J. Trump, who joined us live by Radio Row in a bathroom stall in the last segment. That complete interview up on the Paul Gallant Show podcast, available on Apple and on Spotify. Please rate, review, subscribe. We appreciate that. We may have another guest before the end of the show. Still trying to figure that out. His own private jet. We're not sure if he's back yet because he did something big yesterday. But big day for the Houston Texans. C.J. Stroud is the Offensive Rookie of the Year. He got 48 of 50 votes. D'Amico Ryans did not win Coach of the Year. He was damn close. Will Anderson is the Defensive Rookie of the Year. 4 times in NFL history that's happened where the same team has won the Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year. The last time it happened was with the New York Jets and Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson. And on top of that, Andre Johnson got inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, which was really awesome to see. But we've also heard a little bit from J.J. Watt this week. J.J. Watt is in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl, and I think J.J. Watt and I have something in common. Great football players, sure. Pizza delivery workers, yeah. I was a pizza delivery guy for one day. Just one day. Because I found out that my car wasn't insured to do pizza delivery. So after the one day where I was making like $7.50 an hour, which was a banging amount of money, and getting paid for gas, and on top of that, getting tips, you know what sucked? I had to give it up after one day. I made like $130 my first day. I was so excited. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to make so much money. Nope. Goodbye. So anyway, J.J. Watt and I, football legends. J.J. Watt and I, pizza delivery guys in the past. But J.J. Watt and I also have been kicked out of things recently. I was most recently kicked out of a bar in Austin because I used the gender-neutral bathroom, even though it had a urinal in it. And J.J. Watt was kicked out of the Encore Gym in Las Vegas. And he isn't 100% sure if he was in the wrong here. Here is a post that J.J. Watt put on social media.
All right, I need some opinions here. I got to know if I'm in the wrong. So yesterday, near the end of the day, wanted to get a workout in. 6:30 p.m., go down to the hotel gym, put my AirPods in, get the workout going, get a nice lather. About 30 minutes in, somebody comes and taps me on the shoulder. So I take the AirPod out and, yes, what's up? I said, I'm sorry, sir, but we're closed. I said, what's closed? She said, the gym. The gym's closed. I said, it's 7 o'clock. What do you mean the gym's closed? She said, yeah, we close at 7 o'clock. I'm sorry. You got to get out. 7 o'clock? What hotel gym closes at 7 o'clock? What hotel? What's going to get stolen in a hotel gym? Is somebody going to walk out with a woodway? We're going to have 45-pound plates headed out the door?
Dumbbells.
Maybe 9, midnight. But, I mean, majority of hotel gyms, 24 hours. Just go in there, use a gym, clean up after yourself, get out. I mean, 7 o'clock? Am I wrong? Am I crazy?
It's not.
Because I walked out of that gym with the sweat going, just kind of like...
angry sweat.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the idiot here. But I feel like that is a little early to be closing down your hotel gym.
Vegas is a little bit different because, as brought up by Lone Ranger, some of these places, they close their pools early. So closing the gym early, maybe not that out of the question. I kind of am curious about how big of a gym this is. When we were at the Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas a couple of times, I used their gym, and their gym was pretty small, so it wouldn't have been that difficult to clean up. Maybe if the Encore Gym is this absolutely massive gym or something like that, they don't want people going in after hours. Maybe they think to themselves, oh, boy, if somebody goes in after 7, they might be a little sloshed, you know, when they're working out.
I think
a
that's
health
what
risk.
I think that's what a lot of this is.
Do people go to the gym hammered?
But maybe hungover, like to try to like sweat it out a little bit. But I just think that it's like, do we really want these people who are being told to be wholly irresponsible for the entire weekend to then walk in to a place with 45-pound dumbbells?
Yeah, I get that, but I know people who have smoked weed and then worked out. I know people that do that. I personally am not a fan of that. But I've never heard of like drinking and then lifting or drinking and then getting on a treadmill. It feels like it's the number one way for you to end up like puking all over the place. So if that's what they're thinking, fine. But no, I'm Team JJ Watt here. This thing's got to be open later. What are you doing? This guy's a hot celebrity. What are you doing?
This looks like a pretty big gym on the website.
It's a big gym. Okay, then maybe it's more difficult to clean up, but
nah,
it's Vegas. Vegas is open 24 hours a day.
No matter what, like I'm not opposed to it closing, but closing at 7 o'clock is nuts.
It is nuts.
The 7 o'clock is nuts.
You know,
to close.
Want to know something even crazier, Sean?
What?
The gym that I go to. It's a 24-hour fitness on Voss.
Yeah, open 24 hours.
No, it's not open 24 hours.
No, but it's 24-hour fitness.
It drives me crazy. It's open from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's open until 9 p.m. tonight. What are we doing? Why is it 24-hour fitness? Change the name. And the person who works there, who's in charge of the front desk, the last hour of the gym, he is constantly distracting every 10 minutes, just shouting at the top of his lungs, the gym's closing at 10! Yeah. And it makes me want to go up and ask him, like, why? It's 24-hour fitness. It's a 24-hour fitness. The pandemic ended a long time ago. You are the only non-24-hour fitness, 24-hour fitness in the world. And some of you are probably going to poor shame me here. Paul, you're not even going to Equinox? Oh, I thought you would go to something like that. And to be fair, they're correct. I would love to go to Equinox. Here, there are some sights to be seen at Equinox. Some adult film actresses and actors. Like, I've been seeing it at the one that's over in on Mid-Lane. So, what? Why are you looking at me like that?
You've been seeing... Wait.
No, I've heard that people have been seeing adult film stars there. Like, some of the greatest in Houston history are there. What?
I don't have the greatest adult film
sorry,
stars.
I appreciate some of the greatest.
I just don't have them off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Well, the greatest porn.
I don't know the biography of most of those actors and actresses.
Greatest porn star of all time is Venus Guy, and she is from Houston. What?
I didn't know that.
I don't know how you didn't know that.
I don't know.
It's common knowledge. Okay. Anyway, JJ Watt kicked out of the gym, and I'm Team JJ here. I go to a 17-hour fitness that's a 24-hour fitness. And JJ's getting kicked out of the gym. It's JJ Watt. It's novelty. People want to see JJ Watt in the gym.
Honestly, if
I would get hammered and watch JJ Watt in the gym. I'd be curious and be like, how much can he lift?
I mean, you can just watch Hard Knocks from
That's
2015.
True. 10% effort, 20% will.
Just log into Max in your hotel room.
40% alcohol content of Tito's and soda. Yeah, I
think JJ Watt should be able to work. He gets diplomatic immunity when it comes to working out.
Exactly.
I would never. Do you think that the hotel worker who kicked him out, do you think he recognized him as JJ Watt?
He must have. I'm sure he felt so thrilled tapping him on the shoulder.
I would not have been like. I would have told him like, hey, I need to tell you that your that we closed, but I'll let you finish because you're JJ Watt.
Ooh, then you might get a little tip. That's a good call.
Yeah. Hey, JJ Watt, we normally close at 7, but for you, and then when the guys from the Pat McAfee show walk in, I'm like, nope, gym closes at 7.
Oh yeah.
Win three defensive player of the years, then you can work out at 7:05.
Got to be 3 defensive player of the years. Yeah. No less.
No.
All right, it's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I don't know why all of a sudden my mouth just stopped working for a brief moment.
Spent too much time in Vegas.
Too much time in Vegas. I'm running out of steam. Coming up next, we have a little bit of garbage time, and I'm concerned about something that CJ Stroud's going to be doing in the next couple of weeks. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. I do not understand why the line for this Super Bowl 58 still hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. It's been 49ers by 2 all week. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. You get an awesome deposit bonus. You want to bet on the game? This is how you bet on the game. You get to work with that deposit bonus right away. I've laid it out a million times. And maybe at this point, I've been just hammering all the reasons the Chiefs will win, that I'm overlooking something. But I can't think of it. You got 49ers players complaining about the practice field. You got 49ers players complaining about an alarm waking them up 7 minutes early. You've got all sorts of nonsense coming out of the San Francisco 49ers camp. Meanwhile, you got Patrick Mahomes on the other side. You got Travis Kelce on the other side. You have Love and Taylor Swift on the other side. You have Andy Reid on the other side. Isaiah Pacheco, who's going to run all over this 49ers defense. You got a better secondary, L'Jarius Sneed and McDuffie. Chiefs are winning this game. Chiefs by 2. Chiefs 2-point dogs. What are we doing? It's mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975 for that awesome deposit bonus. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
Welcome back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, former Shorecrest Preparatory All-District Safety, Paul Gallant.
We are live by Radio Row in a bathroom stall here in Las Vegas, Nevada for about 13 minutes and 25 seconds more, give or take. And there's a lot of great memories that we made along the way here. We had President Donald J. Trump. We had Al Pacino on. I mean, I think we really made some waves here. And I think that everyone got their fill of celebrities being asked questions about the Houston Texans. We successfully out-flagshipped the flagship, but we're not done. We're not done. Now, we weren't sure how this was going to work, because we knew that there's another private jet that's flying to Las Vegas, but this one isn't flying east. We're not talking about Taylor Swift. We're not talking about her flight back from Japan. We're talking about a flight from the east going west. We thought he might be able to land in time to make it into the bathroom stall with us, that we'd finally be able to shake hands, break bread, and I'd be able to ask him, like, hey, man, like, why didn't you just, like, ask me anything about me before you destroyed me on national TV, which led to me getting death threats and me having to move. We could have had that conversation. Could have also asked him, like, why is it that you have such a hold over my father? Why is my dad so addicted to your show? What is it? How can I make my dad love me the same way he loves you? But we do have, via a video message, the one and only, fresh off of an interview with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. No, not him. He's not joining the show. Thank God. He would talk for 45 minutes and just meander about the entire history of Russia. Nope, we have the one, the only, Tucker Carlson. Here's Tucker.
Wow, even when he's a guest, he just has his music start with
Who's
him.
this talking?
Oh.
Who is this talking?
Sorry, it's me, Sean, Mr. Paulson.
Interesting.
What? Okay.
This is we're flying back from the jet. I'm having some caviar. I'm having some wine. I've just been wined and dined by one of the most important and influential men in the United States of America. I've always wanted to be on the Paul Gallant show. Many reasons that I want to be on it. One, I want to understand how his stupid liberal mind works. And two, I'm hoping that over time he can understand the truth. The truth is something I was not able to accomplish in Russia. Did you watch the interview? Did you see what I did? My God, Vladimir Putin wouldn't shut the F up. He kept on talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. But here's what I will say about the Paul Gallant show. No show in the city of Houston on FM radio from 10 to noon has more attention deficit disorder than this one. What is attention deficit disorder? Well, the Biden administration will tell you that attention deficit disorder was an easy way for pharmaceutical companies to make big money back in the day based off of taking advantage of children. What is happening? What is going on? I'll tell you what's going on. Paul Gallant is a man-child that needs Ritalin. He doesn't get it, and he gives you the truth. Well, Tucker, that meant a lot. I really appreciate you giving me that little compliment. Still sort of, bummed out about the whole death threats thing that I got because of, what happened on your show. But I'm very appreciative that you took the time to join from your private jet. And, that interview, for those who didn't watch it, my God, it was, I fell asleep watching it. I tried. I was curious. Who wasn't be curious? Like, obviously, you could take everything that guy says with all the grains of salt. But, it was literally like 40 minutes of like Tucker's like, hey, so why'd you invade? He's like, well, let me tell you about the 800s in Russia. Like, there was more ADD with Vladimir Putin than there was with me talking about World War II in that interview.
Does Vladimir Putin speak English?
It was weird, too, because there was a translator. And they were speaking to each other, and I don't know what the video editing was. I'm not gonna lie, like many things that get hyped up, it was a letdown watching it last night. Like some people loved it, some people didn't. I was curious. Credit to him trying to do it. Old Vlad, he didn't give us anything. So there you go.
Yeah.
There you go, guys. All right, guys. Time for a little garbage time to wrap up this show. I don't like this. CJ Stroud will be in the NBA Celebrity All-Star Game. Stroud's first love was basketball. He played in high school before focusing on football. He is an avid Lakers fan. He's also, for those who don't know, rather obsessed with Kobe Bryant. He will be playing in a game that features other celebrities. And I am nervous that he is going to get injured. I do not want CJ Stroud to get injured playing in a celebrity basketball game.
What kind of goons do they have him out there on the floor with?
Well, Sean Mapes, on the Shannon Sharp team, because CJ Stroud is on the Stephen A. Smith team.
Oh, I like him on Stephen A's team. He's the Ime Udoka that CJ Stroud needs.
You're not going to like hearing this, though.
I don't.
Guess who's on the Shannon Sharp team?
Guess a celebrity is what you're telling me?
Not just a celebrity that would be one of the last people you'd want to be facing CJ Stroud in a professional sporting event.
I don't know.
Micah
Nick
Parsons.
Bosa? Oh.
Micah
that
Parsons
was close.
is on the Shannon Sharp team. I'm sorry. I do not want CJ Stroud playing in a basketball game against a defensive-minded football player.
No, there's some Draymond Green-like activities that might happen.
Correct.
I think I saw that Meta World Peace is on one of the teams. Is he on CJ's team? I hope he's on CJ's team.
I think that's Meta World Peace is on CJ's team. He is.
Good.
So
he'll have a protector. You know,
he does have that at the very least.
Someone to step in.
Here's what concerns me. So Jerry Jones up north clearly sees that down in Houston, the Texans, who have more division titles than the Cowboys of late, who have more playoff victories.